You here? Full screen. Should be all set.
Then how would you, well, this should be, Testing.
Mr. Downs, how are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Fine. I was curious, when you were, in your testimony, you talked about living in San Francisco and having some participation in electric vehicle groups back, it sounds like some time ago. I lived in San Francisco myself for a period of time. I'm just curious, where were you living and what were people doing in the city for EVs back then?
I lived in Redwood City
Okay.
and then later in Mountain View.
Okay.
There was a third city in the middle there somewhere. I can't come up with it at the moment.
Redwood City, that's Marin County?
No,
No, okay. Where is
No.
Redwood City?
very close to San Francisco,
Okay. Is it over?
but it's not north.
Is it south, like on the way to Daly City, or?
Yeah, it's kind of in that area. I'm fifth generation Santa Cruz, so
Oh, okay.
yeah,
The banana slugs.
you got it. Absolutely.
No, I grew up down on the Jersey Shore, and I met my wife. She lives in New Mexico, but I'm like an ocean person. I grew up surfing, and Santa Cruz is pretty famous.
Yes, it is. Some of my friends were the founders of the surf museum there. I used to live in Hawaii too, so I've done my fair share. Yeah, and then I noticed Miss Sewell's is now in Seattle, and I recognized the zip code, Magnolia. I used to live there as well. So.
Is that right?
Oh, yes. You're in a beautiful part of the city.
Well, we're having an excellent summer. It is in the 70s and sunny and dry.
Well, they'll tell you, don't tell anybody that.
And that's been true ever since that heat dome that created those 3 days of triple-digit record-breaking, unbelievable heat. It
Yeah,
really shocked everybody.
and Seattle's not a city of air conditioners by any means.
No, it's not.
So, Mr. Downs, what was going on with the EV scene in San Francisco back when you were involved in that? You're still muted.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand what you said.
No, I was just asking,
muted myself.
yeah, no, I was just asking you, what I was asking initially was you were in California in the San Francisco Bay Area. What years was that? I can't remember from your testimony.
89 through 2000, roughly.
Oh, wow, so a while. So, and what was the thoughts about EVs and what was going to happen back then? What were people talking about?
I had trouble keeping my mouth shut yesterday when somebody asked the question about whether regular cars could be converted to EVs, because that was what everybody was doing back then, loading them with lead acid batteries.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, I don't know, your testimony and I'm not trying to talk about it off the record. I'm just, historically speaking, it seems like people have been pushing at this for a long time. And I don't know.
Yeah, the big breakthrough was getting away from lead acid batteries. The energy density is terribly low on lead acid batteries. So you're carrying a ton of lead acid batteries around to be able to go anywhere. And the more batteries you add, the more weight you carry, the less range that you incrementally add.
Sure.
So it was a real problem. The best I heard was something like 100 miles. And this was a guy who had some kind of a pump arrangement where he was circulating the fluid through his batteries, the water acid mixture. I don't quite understand it, but he got to 100 miles. And that was amazing, getting 100 miles out of an electric car.
Interesting. Well, I don't want to talk too much more, so I don't want to have any off-record conversations, but I was just more curious about San Francisco. And, it's always kind of an energetic city, trying to do new things. And I remember living there fondly. I was down in the Lower Haight area of the city. That was an interesting neighborhood. down into like Fillmore and, just like this most interesting collection of people you could find, I think. That was my experience in San Francisco. And I remember one time I walked up to the Haight-Ashbury. There was a concert going on, and it was the Jefferson Airplane people, but who then became Starship, right? When Grace Slick dropped out, and they're playing some songs down right outside of the Ben and Jerry's on Haight Street, and there were these sort of younger people who kept screaming, "We built this city," to kind of poke fun at them, because everybody saw that as sort of a sellout when they released that song, particularly coming from the sort of folk scene of the 60s in San Francisco to "We built this city." That was a pretty long road to travel. Anyhow.
Mr. Hearing, my hearing is not as good as a lot of people, so I'm sensitive to this. And I'm noticing that in general, I'm hearing most everyone else better than I'm hearing you.
Oh, really? Interesting.
And that was the case yesterday. By straining, I can understand what you're saying, but I generally find that you're more difficult to hear than other people. And again, this is probably my hearing. But
Actually, it has to do now, the fact that you grew up in Jersey makes sense now because you talk very rapidly. And so particularly when you move away, which I'm not sure why, because it looks like you've got a mic on your headphone, but Zoom tends to distort just a little bit. It makes sometimes acronyms and things a little more difficult to hear, but when you speak very quickly, it also kind of, so I was understanding you, but I was having the most difficulty with you as well.
Okay. I will try to slow down, and it's funny, someone was saying that to me the other day too, but I don't understand why the mic and the headphones, me moving away from the computer shouldn't have any consequence.
It shouldn't, no.
I'm wondering I have no idea if the mic is not working on these headphones, and then perhaps the computer is just functioning as the microphone.
try putting your fingers over the mic and see if that actually.
Any difference now? So the mic is, you're still picking me up?
The mic is, I think it's the computer that's picking you up. You sound just the same.
Yeah, and when you back up is definitely when you're harder to hear. So your headphone mic's not working.
Okay, that's good to know. It's set on this microphone. It's the, let me try this.
Nope, nothing.
Nothing.
Nope.
Right, so I just switched it back to the computer. You can hear me now?
Yep.
Hear you now.
So if I switch it over to the mic on the headset, it doesn't work.
Right. Yeah, it would be helpful if you would just keep face toward the computer mic.
Yeah, then I'll have to ditch these headsets, so that's good to know. Which is unfortunate, but whatever.
I have cats and dogs, and it's a struggle because if I leave my door shut, they bark and scratch and carry on. But they've also been known to jump up on my chair during the hearing. So I hope you all will forgive any interruptions by my furry family here. They've already gathered around.
I have the same situation. I have 3 dogs. If I lock them out of the room, they'll scratch on the door.
I have cats and dogs, and it's a struggle because if I leave my door shut, they bark and scratch and carry on. But they've also been known. Hi, guys.
Okay. So it's 9 a.m. now. I see everyone's joining. Is anyone missing? I don't believe so. All right, so we'll go back on the record, Ms. Wyman.
Certainly.
I don't see Ms. Beatles.
No, she's not on yet. Well, I think we'll get started nonetheless because we have to move ahead as best we can. We are on the record now. This is day 2 of the hearing in case number 2000241, the Transportation Electrification Plan for EPE. In any case, Ms. Stevens, I guess I want to just go over real quickly our anticipated schedule today. We're going to do Mr. Nevarez, Mr. Gomez, and then Mr. Carrasco. And actually, before I ask Ms. Stevens, Mr. Simpson, do you believe you're going to require the full 45 minutes?
Sir, I will probably require most of that because while I don't have any rate 42 questions now, I do have a lot of questions about the impact upon rate 45 or a whole house electric vehicle rate, the incentive credit.
That's fine. And Ms. Stevens, do you believe you'll require the full 60 minutes?
I'm afraid the answer is yes, because as you recall, I originally asked for 2.5 hours. I've worked to get to focus on the whole house EV rate
Fine.
as well, but there's still some overlap.
And then Ms. Souls, have you agreed as well to abandon the 20-minute time that you originally requested?
That is my intent. I would like to reserve that final statement until I hear what Mr. Carrasco actually introduces.
Okay, and then after, that's fine, I'm just realistically see what we'll do. After Mr. Carrasco would be Mr. Madsen. That's your witness, Ms. Zur, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's prepared for today, to assume?
That's what I hear.
Okay, great. So then there's not a lot of cross-examination for him. Then I think we may be able to get to, we should be able to get to Mr. Kapeloff. And he's prepared, Ms. Beatles, for today?
Yes.
Great. And then there's actually a fair bit of reserved time for Mr. Kapeloff. I'm not sure if that's, so Ms. Souls, you've reserved 30 minutes for Mr. Kapeloff. Is that going to be necessary? You full 30?
I believe so.
Okay, and then we have Mr. Simpson and the city for half an hour. Do you both believe that'll be necessary, the full 15 minutes each?
I don't think I will need that whole time.
Ms. Stevens?
Well, probably not, but I'm not going to say anything lower because 15 minutes seems like nothing sometimes.
Sure.
But I don't think I have just a few questions.
So then we need to get to, Mr. Wilson will be tomorrow, and if you just go down the list.
Mhm.
Ms. Porter is definitely tomorrow. Mr. Wilson is definitely tomorrow. So the next person, if we move along quickly, would be Ms. Souls. Ms. Souls, are you prepared if we have enough time today to do portions of your presentation in cross? Would that be acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's what we'll
Mr.
do.
Hearing examiner, may I ask a question? If
Yes,
you end up starting with Ms. Souls, will she continue into the next morning, or are you going to
Yes, that's what we would
interrupt
do.
her for Mr. Wilson?
Well,
When
Mr.
she starts, she goes?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Mr. Dunbar, if we start with Ms. Souls, I'd prefer to finish her the next, and then he can go after Ms. Souls.
That's perfectly fine with us. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if we'll get to Ms. Souls, but we'll
Yeah.
try because we're behind schedule, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't chopping and dicing too much.
No, we have to do what we have to do to get this thing done, so we're gonna move along. All right, so then at this juncture, Ms. Olson, it's your opportunity, or I guess Ms. Kessler?
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Sure.
Mr. Examiner,
Mr. Navarez, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
good morning, Mr. Navarez. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Morning. Can you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
My name is Jose Nevarez, Josenevarez.
What is your current profession?
I am Assistant Vice President of Transmission, Substation, and Relay.
Okay, thank you. Do you have before you what's been previously marked as EP Exhibit number 7?
Yes,
Do you recognize this document?
yes,
Is it the direct testimony that you that was drafted by you or under your supervision?
yes, it is.
And do you sponsor any exhibits with this testimony?
No,
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
no,
Okay. Is the direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today, would your answers be the same under oath?
Yes,
Thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, EP offers El Paso Exhibit number 7 into the record.
Is there any objections to admission of this document? EP Exhibit 7 will be admitted.
Thank you. And we would tender Mr. Navarez for cross-examination.
Great. The City of Las Cruces has reserved 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Navarez. I'm Anastasia Stevens. I represent the City of Las Cruces, and I have a few questions for you. If you turn to page 3 of your testimony, you indicate that the expansion of transportation, it's the bottom of page 3, EV charging is expected to increase the demand during the hours EVs are plugged in. Do you have an opinion when you're saying this about the impact on the company's peak demand, annual peak demand that drives its system planning?
well, I know that when EVs are plugged in, of course, they increase the demand on our system. Now, it depends on whether it's in during the peak times of the day, or that whether or not it adds to the system peak, or it may be off in the evening hours where it won't.
And have you done any analysis in the context of this transportation electrification plan case to determine, based on the EVs on the system already, what effect EVs have on, currently have on EP system planning?
No, I personally, in my area, we have not, no.
Do you work with or in EPE's load forecasting function at all?
No,
Are you familiar with the company's loads and resources documents? Are they something you work with?
no, what we do is we look at loads in our system, and we receive reports of when we are requested to build new facilities, new substations, new transmission lines. And my area is where we design and build our transmission and substation infrastructure.
So somebody else has already made the decision before it gets to you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Now, in this case, you were the sponsors, or the sort of sponsor of the Aegis study that didn't exist at the time that you testified, which makes you kind of an odd sponsor. But can you tell us whether your testimony was that study was going to be done in the first quarter of 2021? Has that happened?
it's in draft form, and we had been working with we had been working with Quanta on that draft.
And your testimony pages 4 and 5 said that the purpose of that study was to identify locations. Let me see what we find out the line. Basically mapping locations and finding locations to essentially help manage electric vehicle charging. Is that a reasonable summary of what the purpose of the Aegis is?
Yes, the purpose of the study was to assess our service territory and where the anticipated growth in electrification was going to be, so that El Paso Electric could include that in their planning to build the infrastructure to meet the loads.
Was your approach proactive? I mean, were you trying to identify the preferred spots so that there would be less of a need for additional load, additional facilities, or were you trying to identify, just kind of take a big picture of where the problems might arise?
As far as we were concerned, we were trying to help identify where in our service territory we might expect to see electrification grow, and to anticipate that and make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to address that, to meet the loads.
So to summarize, you were looking at it's kind of a customer driven rather than a company driven locations.
Yeah.
That appears. Okay. And one last question, basically, because I think that did that information that you've got, you now have in draft form, has that informed any aspect of the stipulation in this case that was reached in June of this year?
I'm going to object to that, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The witnesses testified that it's not final, so reliance on the conclusions isn't something that did inform the initial plan that was drafted.
Ms. Stevens?
I didn't ask him how it informed the STIP. I'm just asking whether it played into the information that they gained, draft or otherwise. Was it all used or considered? I think that's fair.
Question. Yeah, I'll permit the question. Go ahead and answer that, Mr. Nevarez.
Can you please repeat the
Yeah.
question?
Did the information that's come out of that draft, that you've seen out of that draft report, has that informed the settlement provisions that were reached in June of this year?
Quite honestly, I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Appreciate it.
Very good. Mr. Black, you've received reserved 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Staff has no questions at this time and would like to thank Mr. Jose Nevarez for his testimony.
Thank you. That would be Mr. Nevarez. I have just 2 questions for you, sir. The EGIS study, and I apologize if you just answered these when Ms. Stevens was speaking with you. My brain was elsewhere, frankly. So has the EGIS study been completed at this point?
I know that we're still working on it. We've still worked with Quanta on some of the issues.
So the answer has not been completed at this juncture?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any sense or any sort of anticipation of what will be discovered regarding distribution system upgrades? Do you have any expectations of what is likely to be determined?
What it'll help determine is, we feel, is areas in our service territory in which the growth can be anticipated, and during what time frame, and that way we can include that in our plans. And also and we monitor our whole system anyway, and if we start seeing trends, we'll act appropriately to put in the infrastructure that we need.
And as far as you're concerned, do you anticipate that that report is likely to come back to indicate that there will be meaningful distribution system upgrades necessary? Do you have any?
Yes.
Just your estimates. I'm curious.
Yes, that is correct.
What's your basis for answering that way?
Because they determine in the draft form that what they were looking at is determining when we hit an inflection point and showing that what the growth is, and at a certain inflection point where the load will start to increase because of electrification, and that will determine that we need to start putting in infrastructure. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I did. I'm just really trying to get a sense of like, what's your sort of projection? I mean, this plan is about this plan, of course, too, but the commission obviously is probably interested in, what are subsequent plans going to be? And I understand your answer there to tell me there are going to be necessary distribution upgrades, and that in all likelihood, this Aegis study is going to identify necessary upgrades. And you seem to be saying that that's what you're expecting.
Yes, we have a distribution group that monitors our system continuously. And every year they look at trends. And if we start seeing the trend go up, we start making, not just for electrification, but also for native load growth. And we start looking at preparing for new infrastructure to support that.
Okay, that's all from me, sir. Any questions from any other party?
Mr. Hearing-Sammer, may I ask two little follow-up questions on your questioning?
Certainly. Ms. Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello again, Mr. Navarez. So following up on that very last question, you said that the distribution group monitors trends, and you said electrification and native load. How long has the vehicle transportation electrification been identified in a separate manner? Or
actually, if I said that, I misspoke. What I meant to say is that we look at the load growth in our service territory and in all of our areas. And as we see a trend in the load growth pick up, we start, when we start seeing the trend at which we need to start taking action, then we look at building infrastructure to meet that load growth.
So you're not presently distinguishing or trying to separate out the transportation-driven loads?
No.
And you also used the term inflection point, which I heard yesterday too. Can you tell us what year or what point, is currently viewed as the inflection point for vehicle transportation electrification?
It may be somewhere like in the next 10 years when we see that an inflection point may take off. I'm not an expert at that, but we've seen that in some of the readings, some of the information we've received.
And to you, is there an amount of growth that represents an inflection point, measured in megawatts or something like that?
Well, it wouldn't be in megawatts, but it'd rather be in a trend as the load increases, and how rapidly it's increasing. Then that would determine a trend that we notice that then we would address.
And not to belabor the point, but just for my own clarification, that trend now, are you again still not separating vehicle electrification, or does inflection point refer to specifically the transportation driven impacts?
No, it's native load growth right now is what we look at, and it would include, when we look at the loads in our system, it includes anything related to electrification.
Run that by me one more time. Electrification meaning new electrification, or just native load growth based on population and what have you?
It's all we look at is load growth. We look at megawatts in our system and in our different substations. And so if we see that the amount of megawatts in our substations is increasing to where it may start reaching certain levels in our substations, where we may load up our substations to their maximum capacity, we try to avoid reaching that load point, and we start building infrastructure to offset that too.
So the Aegis study, is that where some sort of differentiation between new, energy transformation, electrification occurs? Is it the purpose of the Aegis study to do what you do, or to do something more specific to transportation electrification?
The Aegis study was to look at our entire service area and determine where in our service area we can anticipate growth due to electrification, based on the industries, the businesses that are in the area, in our service territory, and their anticipated electrification and where we can anticipate seeing that growth.
And that electrification is not solely transportation, but it's also electrification of other functions that have been done by, natural gas or other energy sources. Is that?
Or other industries.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the information.
Thank you.
I just have one final follow-up question from Mr. Nevarez based on that discussion. Mr. Nevarez, is the reason, so Ms. Stevens there, and that was productive discussion, I think. She's trying to basically ask, what degree of focus has been directed toward distribution upgrades specifically relating to anticipated need to supply electricity for transportation electrification, i.e. EVs. And I guess what I heard you answer was that that's not really been the focus of any of these. That's not the focus of the Aegis and hasn't been done yet. Would that be correct?
As electrification grows, then the megawatt load on our distribution system will grow. And that included in that is our native load growth. And as we start seeing that growth, we start to do studies to determine when we will need to start building additional distribution infrastructure to meet that load.
Well, and I guess the one question I wanted to ask you, just for clarifying what was just said, so I understand your answer then is part of the reason that you haven't yet specifically targeted demand through electrification of transportation, electric vehicles, a consequence of the fact that at this juncture, that demand is basically de minimis.
That's correct. Yes,
I assumed as much. We have 187 EVs in the service territory at this point. There can't be that much demand on the distribution system from that.
exactly.
So I guess what you're saying ultimately is these studies relating to the distribution system, it's probably going to be difficult to see the consequence of electrification of transportation until there's some sort of critical mass of demand, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Any follow-up from anyone else?
Mr. Examiner, I'd ask Mr. Navarez be dismissed. Thank you.
Yes. All right, Mr. Nevarez, thank you very much for joining us today, sir.
Thank you.
You're free to go. All right, let's have Mr. Gomez. Ms. Hoyman, if you could please swear Mr. Gomez in.
I don't.
I'm
believe
sorry. That's correct. That's our person who's helping with IT get our witnesses situated.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
Just one moment. Thank you.
Oh, since we're on the record, I'll just say this now too. Prior to the proceedings, I was just trying to ask Mr. Downs about what was happening in San Francisco in the 80s and early 90s about transportation, not transportation electrification, but just about EVs and agriculture. And he started telling me some things which one could, construe as maybe talking about the subject here, but it wasn't my intention to do that. I was just really asking more about San Francisco. It's a place I've lived and have fond memories of. So I'm just noting that for the record.
Okay, I believe we have Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, could you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Gomez. Can you please state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter?
Manuel Gomez, MANUEL GOMEZ.
What is your current profession, Mr. Gomez?
I'm currently the supervisor for resource planning for Paso Electric Company.
Thank you. And can you turn to what's been marked as EP Exhibit number 8? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Okay, where is that exhibit?
Exhibit number 8, it should have been placed before you.
Okay. I'm not seeing it. Would that be, okay, I have my testimony. Okay, so Exhibit 8, is that CLC or is that?
That would be EP Exhibit number 8, which is your direct testimony.
Okay,
Do you have that in front of you?
yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And is that the direct testimony that was prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Did you sponsor any exhibits in this testimony?
I do not.
Okay, and do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Was this direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
And if you were asked those same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
yes,
Mr. Hearing Examiner, EP offers EP Exhibit number 8 for the record.
Are there any objections? EP Exhibit 8 will be admitted.
Thank you. And at this time, Mr. Gomez is tendered for cross-examination.
City of Las Cruces reserved 15 minutes. Ms. Stevens?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gomez. Nice to meet you. I'm Anastasia Stevens for the city.
Good
And
morning.
I don't know what, I assume you were listening to Mr. Navarez a few seconds ago. I don't know whether you appreciate it, but he kind of deferred some questions that I had to you.
Okay,
You are both an engineer and an economist, is that correct?
that's correct.
I'd like to turn to page 5 of your testimony, please. And this is the question and answer that starts in line 5. Has EP forecasted EV's impact on load?
Yes,
Before going into the numbers, I'd just like to ask what your role was in that forecasting process.
I did not have a role in the forecasting process. All of our forecasts come from our economic research department. So I basically got the numbers from our econ research department.
And the numbers that you've placed here refer to non-coincident and coincident peak loads by 2030. Did you look at year by year or shorter, nearer term data than that?
Yes, typically the econ forecast will forecast over a certain term.
So
But
when
I'm sorry, I did not look at the numbers beyond what's on this document.
did you look at given that this plan is for the next 2 years, did you look at the closer in numbers, I guess is what, the more imminent data?
I did not, but I've seen other documents and their numbers don't change that much here within the near term.
Do you know what the current or the 2021 or 2022 forecasted loads from EV are on the system?
I don't have that document in front of me, but I have seen it.
Would that be, I'm going to ask you to look at you obviously have the package there. Would you look at CLC exhibit number let's see, 17, please?
Okay, CLC. Exhibit number.
Objection, I'm pulling this up. Is this the testimony of Mr. Gallegos, Ms. Stevens?
It is, and the purpose of this is the loads and resources tables that he attached at the request of in a bench request response. So this would be, actually, I would direct you to beginning at page 22 of 27 of that document, exhibit OG2S. We get to several loads and resources documents. I think this may be what Mr. Gomez is referring to.
Ms. Stevens, I'm going to object to admission or use of this exhibit, given that it's not Mr. Gomez's testimony, it's somebody else's testimony, and it hasn't been entered into the record in the other case. It was prepared for a different purpose, as you're aware, and it is not in testimony, and it is not in record testimony at this point. So, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'll object to use of this document.
Ms. Stevens?
Mr. Gomez just said that he has looked at documents prepared by the company. My intention is to ask him whether these are among the documents he's looked at. They were provided in response to your bench request in the Rio Grande 6 abandonment case. They are essentially historical documents of the company, and Mr. Gomez is a company witness. If he's familiar with them, he can testify about them.
If we're limiting use of this document to just the loads and resources tables, I don't have an issue with that, but the testimony itself is.
Okay. No, that's my intention. It was late Monday night. I was happy to find it anywhere. Wait, no, if you would like, I mean, Mr. Ryan, if you would like for me to recreate the exhibit, but I'd like to go on with Mr. Gomez to make sure he's seen it before we go through that.
Broadly, I mean, I would ask Ms. Kessler, why would EPE object to the admission of documents it supplied in other cases?
It's been supplied, but it hasn't been admitted to the record, and it's a different witness's testimony. So I don't know to the extent that Mr. Gomez is familiar with Mr. Gallegos's testimony. The loads and resources tables, I don't have an objection to.
Right, and actually the loads and resources table summer 2021 expectations, which is identified as OG3S in this, if my recollection serves me, this is actually initially the testimony of Mr. Barachik of EPE, and then was supplied at my request because I didn't want, this gets into 194, and we're talking about, there was a picture of Mr. Barachik actually on this, as you will recall, Ms. Stevens. It wasn't very helpful to see his photograph on this document. But my basic ruling is that, Ms. Stevens, you may ask questions on this. These are supplied for the purpose of basic, if I understand you're asking, to allow Mr. Gomez to speak to the load, and he is going to describe what his tasks were, in this case related to transportation electrification vis-a-vis EP's load. Have I more or less described what you're intending to do, Ms. Stevens?
Yes, it's even more minimal than that if you let me go with it.
Yes, so go ahead. I will admit this exhibit and allow your questioning.
So Mr. Gomez, after all that, are you with me on page 22 of 27 of that document?
Not yet. Let me get there.
By 22, you're referring not to PDF number?
The PDF number. The PDF number. It's labeled on the top corner, exhibit OG2S.
Yes, okay.
To me, it's easier when you work on a screen to go to the PDF page.
Sure, I agree.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Have you seen this before? EPE's loads and resources document from 2019?
Yes, I have.
And would you agree that on this loads and resources table, there is no, on the system demand block 4.0, there's no specific line for electric vehicles or vehicle electrification as a discrete load element?
That's correct.
Okay. And let's go to the next page. Well, actually, let's go down 2 pages to
Okay.
page 24. And do you recognize this as the company's 2020 loads and resources table?
Without examining all the numbers exactly and so on, it does appear to be the 7/2/2020 LNR.
Would you agree that this does not separate out in the demand anywhere the loads that are associated specifically with vehicle electrification?
That's correct.
And now if you go back up to page 23, this is the summer 2021 expectations that Mr. Ryan just explained. He asked the company to reduce because another version had a little picture of Mr. Barasic that offended him.
It didn't offend me, let's be clear. It wasn't terribly useful to have a person's, it
Yeah.
just didn't strike me as a very official exhibit. And the fact that someone's picture is on it.
I was so pleased with myself for being able to download that from the commission's YouTube site.
I understood it was a screenshot
was.
initially. And then, so I asked Mr. Gallegos, who was the sponsor in the 194 case, to supply a more official version of this document. This was initially supplied to the commission in a presentation in June of 2021. And that's how it comes into the 194 case. So proceed, Ms. Stevens.
So, Mr. Gomez, have you ever seen this document before, or a similar 2021 loads and resources?
I have seen this before, yes.
And if we go down towards the bottom, in this one, there's a line for electric vehicles, is that right?
That's correct.
And that line, that says that the expected or upper or lower bound for electric vehicle usage in 2021 is 2 megawatts. Is that a number that your department either produced or used in your testimony in this case?
Although I've seen this document, I was not involved in creating it. I don't know what the purpose of the document was. So to that extent, all I can say is that I have seen the document before.
And in your operational role, this your function at the company, is that 2 megawatts an incremental load that you are expecting and planning around this summer?
I really can't state anything about this document because I don't know where the numbers came from. I don't know and the assumptions that were made for this document. I don't know what the purpose of this document was. So I really can't say anything further as far as what the numbers are or where they came from.
Well, returning to your first testimony before we got into the brouhaha over this exhibit, you did testify that you had seen projections that ended up in your testimony as the 2030 load. Is this part and parcel of the same research that you were referring to in your actual testimony?
No, I think this document was developed for a special purpose. So it's not a typical document that we produce every year.
Okay. I would like to move to admit CLC Exhibit 17, and if it's appropriate or necessary, I can redo that and just pull out the relevant 3 loads and resources documents. We had a very short time frame, and I didn't want to just pull them out of the blue without the context.
Well, let's, Ms. Stevens, I think it'd be easier just if we could just say for the record, what are the 3 pages of this document that you're seeking to admit? I understand the challenge of breaking out specific pages of documents, but let's just do that.
Okay, so this is the case number 20-00194, Omar Gallegos's supplemental testimony in response to a bench request. the bench request was dated July 6, 2021. And the relevant pages that I would like to admit into evidence are the exhibit OG-2S, El Paso Electric Company's Loads and Resources 2019 through 2028, dated May 13th, 2019. Exhibit OG-3S, Summer 2021 Expectations -L&R. And an unknown, oh, there it is. It's at the bottom corner there. Exhibit OG-4S, EPE's Loads and Resources 2021 through 2023, issued July 2nd, 2020. Those are,
Is there any objections from EPE to the admission of those? So I'm not sure, and Ms., well, let me say this. To the extent to which Ms. Stevens, you've now just moved for the admission of those single 3 documents, any discussion previously about your exhibit, I can't recall if I said it was admitted or not, but obviously right now what we're doing is admitting only those portions of CLC Exhibit 17, and any previous conversation there was no admission, let's put it that way. So as to the EPE, my question would be, do you have an objection to the admission of CLC Exhibit 17 limited to the 3 pages Ms. Stevens identified?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner, not to those 3 documents. I would simply continue noting for the record that the L&R document for 2021 expectations was prepared for another purpose.
Yes, understood. So I will admit the CLC Exhibit 17, the 3 pages Ms. Stevens just described, and that is the only portion of CLC 17 that has been admitted.
thank you. And poor Mr. Gomez, there is wondering what all this stuff is going on. I would like to ask you one more set of questions about the what you know about the actual loads that have occurred related to or identified to vehicle electrification. And I'm going to just ask you to take a look at 2 more documents. I don't know whether you have any familiarity with them. I believe that Mr. Carrasco will, but I'd like to see whether you do as well. And that is Exhibit 13.
That's the conclusion of your time, actually.
Okay, well, then I guess I'm going to have to ask Mr. Carrasco. Thank you very much, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you.
Mr. Black, you've reserved 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you, Mr. Gomez, for your time and your testimony. Staff has no questions at this time.
Thank you.
Great. So Mr. Gomez, I'd like to, that's my opportunity. I'm going to ask just a few questions, sir. I just want to go back to the city's exhibit that I just submitted. I'll share it on the screen so we can all look at it together. You're looking at it, the summer 2021 expectations.
Yes.
Okay, so pretty simple question. I'm just curious, electric vehicle, 2 megawatts. So I was asking Mr. Nevarez a moment ago, basically they don't really anticipate any need to increase just do any improvements in their distribution system for EVs specifically because there's so few of them at this juncture. 2 megawatts for 187 electric vehicles at present. Does that sound right to you, sir?
I'd hesitate to comment on that because, as I said, this document was developed for a special purpose.
Okay.
And without actually examining it, looking at the numbers, knowing what the purpose was, I would hesitate to make any personal assumptions or conclusions on this document.
Yeah, and really my question is not to force you into anything. I just really wondered, would 187 EVs require 2 megawatts of energy to power on a regular basis? I don't even know the answer to that question.
Yeah, it'd be difficult for me to say because that could be the coincident load,
Okay.
or it could be so that number comes from our load research or econ forecasting group. So I would have to address it with them and verify what that number exactly is.
That's fine. I understand your answer. It's perfectly acceptable to not want to have to comment on it if you don't know. So a broader question just about the future of your plans, because of course, as I've said to Ms. Nevarez, the commission is going to be concerned with obviously what you guys are proposing now, but then what are the plans looking sort of prospectively towards in the future? And as maybe you're aware or not, the stipulation in this case indicates the EP will file its next TEP in only 18 months after the approval of this one. So it's all happening pretty quickly. Some of the literature that I reviewed in the course of this case, either submitted now as commission exhibits, or there were other studies submitted, for instance, accompanying Mr. Madsen's testimonies. By studies, I mean broader documents just describing movement in the EV world and how these vehicles will be charged. Anyway, long story short, grid-enabled vehicles. Are you familiar with that concept, Mr. Gomez?
Could you repeat the concept, please?
Grid-enabled vehicles.
Okay, grid-enabled vehicles.
Yeah, do you have, generally what I'm talking about when I say that, or are we talking about the same? Do you understand what I'm talking about when I say that?
I have an idea.
Okay, so basically this was I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I'm really just trying to make sure that we both understand, but I read the discussion in some documents about using electric vehicles as battery storage, so as to preclude, the need to develop additional battery storage resources. I mean, you're building batteries. Why not use them as battery storage?
Right.
How far out do you think well, let's put the question this way. Is this something EPE will explore? And if it is, how far out do you think something like that is?
Yes, I do recall reading an article on that a while back. And technology can move very quickly or it can stall. So it's difficult to say how far we are from that. But as we know, there's been a lot of innovation going forward. So there's definitely a possibility there. The technology is being developed, but to the point where it gets to an accredited technology that you can utilize at a utility scale, that may be a ways off. So, yeah.
Okay, I understand the answer is general. I'm really just curious if that's kind of a very futuristic thing that's not quite realistic at this point. And I hear your sort of general answer to be this is not a plan on the horizon for EP at this juncture.
We've talked about it. Like I said, we've read articles on it, but as far as definite planning to do that, it's not right now.
Yeah. What is the average cost of a level 2 charger?
I would have to refer that to previous witness Arispe's testimony. I'm not an expert on the level 2 chargers, so I would not know that.
When I was reading your testimony, Mr. Gomez, and you can just clarify this, and it'll be perhaps useful if I don't have to ask other questions. I sort of understood you to be talking to some of the technological aspects of EPE's TEP plan and what sort of technological hurdles you all face in bringing it to fruition. Is that correct, or am I mistaken?
No, that is correct. And I think that's not unique to El Paso Electric territory. It is a jump from going to a combustion type engine vehicle to going to an electric vehicle. A lot of people are not aware of the technology. They're not aware. I personally own an EV vehicle, and people, don't realize the benefits of an EV. And sometimes wherever I go, they tell me, hey, where's the engine of your car? I can't hear the engine of your car. And then when I tell them it's an electric vehicle, it's hard for them to fathom that, I'm driving an electric vehicle. So there is a learning curve and awareness curve that I think we are addressing that on the TEP and our outreach programs.
Well, and my question is really geared towards what your purpose of your testimony is today. And as I indicated, I think You've responded affirmatively. You're here to talk with us in your testimony. The part of the purpose of it was to talk about the technologies and the varying components of this TEP that are technologically oriented that need to be brought. And that's why I asked you about the cost of the level 2 charger. And if you don't know the answer, that's fine. I'll just gonna move on. But I'm trying to understand how EPE is going to receive data if an individual who receives a residential rebate doesn't have internet in their home. How does that work?
Yeah, and I'm not, that's not my department,
Okay.
so I would not be able to speak to that.
Are you familiar with the concept of timer peaks?
I am not.
So if all of the EVs start charging at the same moment, right? Like let's assume 8 p.m. or midnight is the time for the beginning of the super off-peak period. And everybody is encouraged to start charging at midnight. If that happens, and I understand at present there's a whopping 187 of them, but like in the future, if they're all charging exactly at midnight,
right,
is this something that is going to be a concern in terms of planning?
Yes, and I did read an article about that, and I think it wasn't called timer peaks, it was called something else, so that's why I didn't recognize that. But yes, that definitely, based on the article that I read, it definitely is a concern that if we're able to shift our load from peak to a different low load hours, such as nighttime, and if everyone does that at the same time, it would create a separate peak, I guess later in the evening or later at night. So that definitely is a concern. And as part of that article that I read, they talked about maybe tiered rates. So not everyone goes to that charge at the same time. But Mr. Witness Carrasco, that will be testifying after me, would maybe have more answers for that.
Okay. Mr. Downs, who is a witness of one of the opponents to the stipulation in this proceeding, he entered some testimony about level 1 charging and how he uses level 1 chargers in owning his own electric vehicle. And is a level 1 charger a realistic charger for an EV owner? Do you think most owners can actually functionally own an EV with just a level 1 charger?
It depends on your needs. Myself, I can relate based on an EV owner, my experience. But my daily commute is about 100 miles to work. I live in Las Cruces, New Mexico, and I commute to El Paso. And in my case, it was not adequate. When I purchased my EV, I was using a level 1 charger, and it takes all night basically to charge the vehicle. It was not adequate for me, so I upgraded to a level 2 charger that takes much less time. My wife, on the other hand, has a much smaller commute, 20-mile commute. So for her, a level 1 charger might be fine because she could charge it overnight and have plenty of power beyond that. So I think it just depends on the individual needs of the EV owner.
Do you think it's realistic that most EV owners are going to require a level 2? I mean, I'm just asking sort of guidance from you on the technology side of this.
Yes, I believe so, because that just opens up a lot more opportunities as far as the faster charging. It's more efficient charging. It allows the EV owner to manage those charging sessions. So there's a lot of benefits to that. And of course, there's a lot of benefits not only to the owner, but also to the utility to have that type of charging. And I believe Ms. Arispe's testimony attested to that also.
Okay, can all EVs charge at DCFC stations?
I believe not, as different EVs, different companies have different types of chargers. For example, Tesla has a charger that's unique to Tesla. My vehicle is a Nissan. It has a different type of charger. So different vehicles, different companies have different types of chargers, although some are common and some are not.
Okay, and do you know the general timeframes for DCFC charging?
I don't have any experience.
Okay. Is there any expectation on from EPE that individuals with solar arrays on their home will be permitted to utilize those to fuel their vehicles, and that this may in fact impact future design of rates to allow folks to charge while their solar apparatus is maximizing the amount of power generated?
I'm not aware of that, so I would hesitate to basically make any conclusions or any statements on that because I really don't have any information on that.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking you this is that we have testimony from Mr. Downs in this case as well, that his point is, I have an electric vehicle and I have a rooftop solar array, and I would like to be able to charge my vehicle through what I can produce. But in order to take advantage ostensibly of the EV rate that's being offered, I have to be charging in a super off-peak period, which doesn't necessarily align with my optimal charging from my rooftop solar. Is that a sensible kind of request from an individual to be able to do that?
Well, with the limited information that I know on that, I would say that is reasonable. But again, I don't have all the information, so.
Okay. That's all my questions, Mr. Gomez. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up from any parties about what I just asked?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, Ms. Souls.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Gomez. I'm Mary Lee Souls. I'm a party in this case.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Do you recall the hearing examiner asking you about that 2 megawatts that's showing on the loads and resources table in 2021?
Yes.
And are we clear that that loads and resources table represents El Paso Electric's total service territory, not New Mexico? Is that correct?
Again, based on that, LNR that showed those numbers, I would hesitate to make any conclusions on that because I was not involved in the development of that document. And I don't know, again, it was a special purpose document. I don't know what assumptions went into it. I don't have enough information to make conclusions on that.
Would you agree that if that's the case, then tying that to 187 EVs would be an incorrect connection?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but again, without all that information, without the assumptions on that document, I would hesitate to make any comments or statements on that.
All right, and one last question. Are you aware that the loads and resources documents represent peak demand only?
That's correct.
And therefore, that would represent the demand from those electric vehicles that were charging all at the same time at peak. Would that be correct?
Could you repeat your statement, please?
That the 2 megawatts on a loads and resources table, would you agree that it represents the simultaneous demand at peak only for electric vehicles?
Again, I without knowing the assumptions made on the document, I was not involved in creating the document. It was a special purpose document. I don't have the necessary information to be able to answer that question.
All right, one last, that if I'm correct in that electric vehicles charging at super off-peak are very specifically not represented in that. Would you agree with that?
In general, yes, but not pertaining to this document. Again, not enough information to make that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ryan, may I ask a question or two of redirect?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Kessler.
Mr. Gomez, do you know or do you not know what load is being forecast for electric vehicles in New Mexico for either 2021 or 2022?
Not at this point. I don't have the documents in front of me, so I don't know offhand.
Okay, thank you. And when you were referring to your experience with a level 1 charger, I believe the discussion or the line of questioning was for Mr. Hearing Examiner Ryan. You were referring to your personal vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And just to clarify, that's based on your personal experience and personal knowledge with level 1 chargers, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Ryan, thank you.
Before you go, sir, can you just tell me, Mr. Gomez, I'm reading the purpose of your testimony, and you're saying how the programs described by Ms. Arizpe, I'm just reading from your direct testimony here, and proposed rates described by Mr. Carrasco are expected to impact EPE's resource planning by incentivizing the deployment of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So I guess, what do you understand, sir, the point of your testimony today to be? Could you just state that for me?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part?
I guess I'm just wondering what was, I'll let it go. Don't worry about the question, sir. It's fine. Is there anything else from any other parties? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you.
You're free to go, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we just need a couple of minutes to swap out witnesses again.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Carrasco. Could you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Your mouth is moving, Carrie, but we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Mr. Carrasco. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. Manuel Carrasco, Manuel C-A.
Sorry.
C-A-R-R-A-S-C-O.
And Mr. Carrasco, what is your current profession?
I'm manager of the rate research department at El Paso Electric.
And Mr. Carrasco, do you have before you what's previously been marked EPE Exhibit 9?
Yes,
And do you recognize that document as your pre-filed direct testimony revised as of April 1st, 2021?
yes, that's correct.
And was that direct testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And are the exhibits identified under the table of contents included as part of your direct testimony?
That's correct.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
And Mr. Carrasco, is the direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers exhibit number 10, exhibit number 9, along with the included exhibits.
Any objection to the admission of the document? EP Exhibit 9 will be admitted.
And Mr. Carrasco, do you also have before you what's been previously marked as EPE Exhibit number 10?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document as your pre-filed supplemental testimony?
Yes, it was filed March 8th.
And was that supplemental testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And are the exhibits listed under the table of contents identified as part of your supplemental testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your supplemental testimony?
I do not.
Is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 10, the supplemental testimony of Manuel Carrasco.
Any objections to admission of Exhibit 10? Exhibit 10 is admitted.
And Mr. Carrasco, do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit number 11?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your testimony submitted in support of the stipulation?
Yes, filed July 6th.
Was that stipulation testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And are the exhibits listed under the table of contents identified as part of your stipulation testimony?
That's correct, yes.
And do you have any corrections to your stipulation testimony?
I do not.
And is the stipulation testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked the same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, EPE offers EPE Exhibit number 11, the testimony of Manuel Carrasco in support of the stipulation.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, Ms. Stevens.
The city objects. I think that something needs to be done. Mr. Carrasco vastly, we went through this yesterday morning. I don't know how we're going to deal with this, but Mr. Carrasco vastly changed his testimony, all but said it was wrong. And now he just did the routine true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. Something
Right. I understand your point. So I was actually just having that very same thought. So thank you for bringing it up, Ms. Stevens. We didn't have a discussion before Ms. Olson proceeded to seek the admission of these documents. I sort of thought we were going to probably get there at the end, but there's no reason that we can't just do that now. Ms. Olson, do you want to explain for the record the nature? I mean, Ms. Stevens' objection is understandable, so perhaps you can explain what you're going to do in a moment. Or are you intending to admit these documents and then have the discussion about withdrawing them?
So, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I thought we had come to a resolution yesterday at the end of the hearing that we were going to proceed to admit all of the testimony as filed, and that due to your previous ruling that we have stipulated to the withdrawal of rate 42, that effectively moots any testimony having to do with rate 42, and that's no longer at issue in the proceeding. And I understood that that was the agreement we all came to yesterday, and the understanding from all parties that that was how I was expected to proceed today, that we weren't going to go through the rigmarole of trying to note every single piece of testimony and every single witness's testimony that related to rate 42.
Nor do I think we have to, but the words that you just said are helpful to anyone reading this record. So, Ms. Stevens, does that satisfy you?
Well, it's the true and correct to the best of my knowledge part. It seems like the witness has to make some sort of a qualification. Otherwise, he's just said it's true.
Okay.
And it's going to go in unquestioned because we're going to move on because it's something's just amiss.
Olson,
Ms. Stevens, at the time Mr. Carrasco filed the stipulated testimony, it was true and accurate to the best of his knowledge. As reflected in the joint supplemental testimony, it subsequently came to his attention that what he thought was true wasn't an accurate reflection of the stipulated agreement. And therefore, as stated in his joint supplemental testimony, he intended to withdraw that testimony and replace it with the exhibit attached to the joint supplemental testimony. This all gets into rate 42 issues, which are no longer relevant in this proceeding. So if you'd like us to take up the time during this hearing to go through and explain all of that for an effectively moot issue, I'm happy to do so, but I understood yesterday.
No, we're not doing that. So Ms. Olson, stop. Mr. Carrasco, I'm going to do this for the purposes of the record and to satisfy Ms. Stevens. Mr. Carrasco, you understand that your counsel and collaboration with everyone agreed that effectively the rate 42 proposed in your testimony in this transportation electrification plan, and it appears in various iterations and there's many different versions of it, and I want to avoid having to talk about them all, but basically any reference to a rate 42 proposed in the transportation electrification plan case, this case, is no longer before the commission at this point. You understand that, right?
I understand that, yes.
And all of that testimony that you submitted and all the work that was done, which I feel for you, sir, that you had to do all that and now it's off the table. But basically that is all, to use Ms. Olson's word, moot. Another way to put this is that it's effectively been withdrawn. Regardless of what words we use, ultimately we are not here today in any way, shape, or form to decide about something like a rate 42 proposed in this case. You understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Stevens, does that satisfy you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, proceed onward.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, it's up to you. I believe EP exhibit number 12, the joint supplemental testimony relates exclusively to rate 42. My intention was, as I previously stated, to just admit it into the record and deal with it in the manner you've just suggested. Is that how you would like me to proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Olson, did we get the admission of 11? Did that happen, Ms. Hoyman?
I think so.
I'm not sure. I think Ms. Stevens objected, and I'm not sure that you made a ruling.
Mr. Ryan, I don't think that you made a ruling after I said that it was acceptable.
Okay, good. So thank you, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Olson. So I'll ask again, any objection to admitting exhibit 11 other than what Ms. Stevens already did in our lengthy discussion about that? Okay, so exhibit 11 will be admitted.
Mr. Carrasco, do you have before you what's been previously marked EPE exhibit number 12?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Carrasco, do you recognize that as the joint supplemental testimony of you as well as Mr. Wilson from ChargePoint and Ms. Dacheneau from staff?
Yes.
And Mr. Carrasco, was that joint testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And are there any exhibits listed that are identified as part of that joint supplemental testimony?
No, there's not.
And do you have any corrections to that joint supplemental testimony?
No, I don't.
Mr. Carrasco, is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
If you were asked the same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit, what's been marked as EPE exhibit number 12. I suppose it's being offered subject to adoption by the other joint parties, or it can be admitted as adopted by Mr. Carrasco, and the other witnesses can adopt it as their testimony. It's up.
Let's do this. So we have the joint supplemental testimony. And again, this is the July 19th, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Joint, I just want to, let me just confirm. Yes.
July
this is the
19th.
July 19th, 2021, EPE 12, joint supplemental testimony of, in support of the stipulation by Mr. Carrasco, who is here testifying for us now, the Commission Utility Division staff. Mr. Black, is it acceptable to you? I don't think it's necessary that we have all the witnesses comment upon this. We can just do this so long as you're willing to allow Mr. Carrasco to offer this as the joint statement of your witness as well, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Dunbar, the same question to you. Mr. Carrasco is authorized to offer this on behalf of your witness as well?
Yes, that's fine, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you very much, sir. Subject to the discussion we had a moment ago about rate 42 and putting that off the table, are there any other objections to the admission of Exhibit 12?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Mary Lee Souls. And for clarification, since this exhibit is entirely about rate 42, does that mean it is entirely mooted?
To suggest that, so in order to have a correct understanding of all the events that happen in a case, I believe it's more appropriate to have a full record than it is to worry about this being used in some way. I understand that it would be impermissible to do so. That is not my intention. The inclusion of this document is to have a complete record, and for that reason, it is being admitted. Does that respond to your question, Ms. Souls?
Yes, sir. This is new territory for me. Thank you.
Well, we have to, I mean, in one sense, you have a point about, oh, this is basically directed towards rate 42, but this also reflects the agreement of a party the parties to do something, which ultimately, obviously, they're not going to do. I think the commission would want to know that, in fact, there was agreement, but then ultimately that agreement did not prevail for a host of reasons. But the fact of being agreement is itself significant. So that's basically the purpose for admitting these documents.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens. I have a question about this one and also Mr. Carrasco's other testimonies. This idea of moot, I think it may be a little bit in the eye of the beholder, but in this particular testimony, there are two important questions. Is there an alternative that does not require amendment to stipulation Exhibit A, and then is this alternative acceptable? Because that is really where we ended up yesterday. So I would not want to concur with Ms. Souza's inference that the entire document is moot. I'm not going to ask questions about it. It dawned on me that moot is sort of a fluid term.
Yeah, I mean, Ms. Stevens, to the extent you're saying, you know, like, we're not going to have a protracted dispute in this case about a rate that EPE is no longer seeking authorization for. To the extent to which any documents supplied in these documents have bearing on matters that are in fact still live, that is, it would seem, a significant concern and one for which the documents could be referenced. But subject, of course, to the fact that we are no longer talking about a rate 42 in this case. So we don't need to have debate about stuff that is no longer on the table. Right? But I agree with you to the extent to which any of these documents have points or information related to things that are still on the table, these documents may be referenced.
Thank you.
That's all you're saying, then I agree with you. So, okay, so exhibit number 12, are we still at here?
I believe the joint supplemental testimony is exhibit 12. That's correct.
I'm going to admit the exhibit.
Okay, and finally, Mr. Carrasco, do you have before you what's been marked EPE exhibit number 13?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize exhibit number 13 as your pre-filed rebuttal testimony in response to opposition of the stipulation, in response to testimonies in opposition of the stipulation?
Yes, it was filed July 19th.
And was that rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony?
I have one small correction.
Can you please alert us to that correction and identify it?
On page 1, line 18, I would like to add the words "the exhibits" between the word "sponsoring" and "listed." So that sentence will read, "Yes, I am sponsoring the exhibits listed in the table of contents page."
And Mr. Carrasco, just for clarity of record, I don't believe that that correction was noted in the uploaded exhibit. So we request that the hearing examiner or the court reporter either note that or seek direction from the hearing examiner whether they would like us to upload a new exhibit with that correction.
Yeah, I know it doesn't appear as an exhibit. I mean, it doesn't appear on the exhibit you've uploaded. I saw that as you just got into it.
I can withdraw it if it's too much trouble.
Yeah, it's noted for the record. I don't know that we should. It seems problematic to be uploading and admitting documents that don't have the changes on them. In a normal circumstance, I guess you could just write on this piece of paper and provide it to the court reporter. Obviously, that's not possible over a Zoom hearing. So rather than you guys going through the difficulty of making that kind of a correction and resubmitting it, I would suggest that you just withdraw it. The error is obvious. I am sponsoring listed in, it's like, I think anyone reading this will figure that out, that there's a missing word in there. And there are exhibits associated with this document. So I think it's pretty clear you are the sponsoring person of all the stuff that's inside of this exhibit. So let's just proceed on that fashion.
Hearing examiner, I disregard that request.
Sure, thank you very much. I understand why you're making, Mr. Carrasco. It's just, I don't know, not a good idea to be omitting documents that don't include words on them, and then you have the words in the record, but not on the piece of paper. That might be confusing for somebody else.
Thank you.
Sure, and the other parties have submitted corrected versions, so we're happy to do so if you want us to, whatever is best, but it sounds like we're just gonna go with this document.
I don't think there's gonna, that's not gonna produce confusion of any kind, I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carrasco, aside from that note, is the rebuttal testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it was.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 13, the rebuttal testimony of Manuel Carrasco in support of the stipulation.
Putting aside the conversations we've had at length about the 42, rate 42 stuff, are there objections unrelated to that? Okay, exhibit 13 is admitted.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, before we tender Mr. Carrasco for cross-examination, because he's our last witness, I understood from your order on exhibits that you were asking EPE to submit its response to the bench request order issued May 14th, 2021 as an exhibit in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be the responses to Commissioner Maestas's bench requests.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so we should have those admitted. You know, those
Okay.
included in Dropbox.
And that is a document that was not submitted as testimony of witnesses. That was just a legal filing. We've pre-marked it as EPE exhibit number 14. So we don't have a witness sponsoring that testimony, but I'm happy to move it into the record.
Okay, well, I guess the only thing I would say is and then this came up in another case, in an unrelated matter, a utility case. I had a transportation case in which folks weren't offering witnesses as the sponsors of sort of evidentiary answers. And the only trouble that produces is that who are we to attribute this to? And I guess what you're saying, Ms. Olson, is that EPE acknowledges all of the factual representations as true and accurate, although there is no specific person to say so.
That's correct. It's a legal pleading submitted on behalf of the company.
Yeah, no, but what constitutes a legal pleading, to the extent to which there's facts asserted in here, that's not a pleading, it's evidence, and that's where the trick it starts to get a bit confusing. But in any case, so long as EPE recognizes it, that's fine. And I just wanted to say that for the record. Is there any objection to from the parties to the exhibit 14 by EPE, the responses to the bench requests made by Commissioner Maestas on May 14th, 2021? Okay. EPE 14 is admitted.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this time, we tender Mr. Carrasco for cross-examination.
And then, sorry, Ms. Olson, real quickly, EPE exhibit 15, will we get there too, or how is that going to work?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's an exhibit that we may or may not use for cross-examination.
Okay.
And I would to admit it at that time.
Okay, very good. Mr. Carrasco goes first to Ms. Souls. You're going to reserve your time for any redirect, is that right?
Given where we're at, I have a couple of questions that I need to ask Mr. Carrasco.
Okay, Ms. Souls, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Carrasco. I'm Mary Souls. I'm a party in this case.
Hello, Ms. Souls.
Would you please go to, I'm looking for it, for what has been entered as EPE 13, your rebuttal to the opposition of stipulation testimony. And I want you to look at exhibit MC-3R. Let me know when you've found that, please.
Okay, I'm there.
What is this exhibit and is it referenced in your testimony?
This is a exhibit to compare the net approved rate, which is the fourth column, to EPE's non-fuel variable cost, which is the second to the last, and the super off-peak energy charge, which has been the numbers starting on sixth row and below that are no longer are moot according to the change in the ruling by the hearing examiner yesterday.
And so is this entire chart therefore moot?
I don't think so, because we're really looking at the proposed incentive credit, which is in the third column. That's what it's referring to. The comparison that it's doing to the last column, that you can consider a no longer relevant column.
And what about the column labeled net approved rate?
Yes, that's an important column, and it is not moot. I think it should be left there for purposes of discussion.
And again, I don't understand this chart. Which part specifically is related to the rate 42?
I'm sorry, Ms. Coles, just for clarity of the record, I apologize for interrupting, but I think there's a little bit of confusion between the approved rate 42 and the stipulated rate 42 that was proposed in this proceeding that's no longer at issue. And so when you're using the term rate 42, it may be helpful to just clarify if you're talking about the approved existing rate or what we've requested to withdraw.
I'm simply asking based on what I'm seeing on this exhibit MC-3R. So maybe we should start with, what does the column approved rate, which rate is that referencing?
Approved rate is the commission approved rate from the El Paso's rate case.
So those numbers 06999 are not, or they are the approved rate 42 in the rate case.
Yes, the rates listed in that approved column are the approved rates, the ones that are currently in effect.
Okay, do you see the asterisk down at the bottom?
Yes.
And it's referencing exhibit MC-1R?
Yes.
And would you agree that MC-1R does not represent the approved rate 42 in the rate case?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so the asterisk that says as proposed in exhibit MC-1R. So that's why you're saying that that last column, super off-peak energy charge, that column should go away. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the other columns, does this chart now look the same as MC-2R?
No, they're different comparisons.
And why are they different?
Similar format, two different comparisons. On exhibit 2R, the difference is the third column, which I called Simpson's incentive credit, giving credit to Mr. Simpson. So that is the difference right there. And other than not including the last column from exhibit MC-3R.
Then can I compare these two charts by looking at Simpson's incentive credit for rate 45 and your proposed incentive credit as represented in MC-3R for rate 45?
Yes, ma'am, you can compare.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Just a follow-up I have before I pass to the next person. Mr. Carrasco, could you just clarify something for me? I just want to make sure if maybe I'm wrong, but you can tell me. I'm going to look at bring your testimony up on screen here real quick, because I'm not sure if maybe this is me or if it's this testimony itself. You're looking at your page 10 of your rebuttal to opposition of stipulation testimony. I assure you, you can see it right there. That's a title. Do you see, we're looking at this together?
Okay, yes.
This right here. Regardless, I prepared exhibit MC2R, which may address what I think are Mr. Provencio's concerns in these statements. Were you intending to point to MC3R?
That is correct.
So
it should be MC3R on line 17.
Because MC2R is your response to Mr. Simpson, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure about that. I was a little confused. So again, we'll note that for the record. That's Mr. Carrasco's rebuttal to opposition stipulation testimony at line 17. He meant to refer to exhibit MC2R, not no, he meant to refer to exhibit MC3R, not MC2R. So, okay, that's all.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you very much. So let me get my little chart. Who is next?
Might this be a good time for a break?
Yes, Ms. Hoyman, that's fine. Let's do that. It is 10:34. I mean, if we go to the next person from Mr. Carrasco, it's going to be Mr. Simpson for a full 45 minutes. So yes, let's do that. Thank you, Ms. Hoyman. We'll go off the record now, and we'll come back at it is 10:37. Let's call it at what is that? 10:50. 10:50. See everybody at 10:50.
Thank you.
Okay, is everyone returned? Just give one more second here. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Simpson, you were requested 45 minutes of cross-examination with Mr. Carrasco. And Mr. Carrasco,
Yes, sir.
you're muted, sir. Mr. Simpson, go ahead.
Good morning. Manny, can you hear me okay?
You're still
Hello,
muted,
can you hear
Mr.
me?
Carrasco. Got to get him out of the unmute zone. There we go.
All right, there we go.
Hey, good morning, Manny.
Good morning, Mr. Simpson.
I wanted to first off express my appreciation that El Paso Electric has agreed to accept the commission-approved rate 42. I think that's a good move, and I think it really simplifies the rates as well as simplifies this hearing. I do have some questions, kind of mostly related to rate 45 or the whole house EV rate. Basically the incentive credit. It's probably easier to call it the incentive credit.
Okay.
So Ms. Souls was asking you about MC3R in EPE Exhibit 13.
Yes.
And she may have touched on this, but can you tell me where this proposed incentive credit came from?
Yes. Let me see.
Or maybe refer to your testimony with it that describes it, because I didn't see it. It may be in there, but I didn't see it.
Let me find the. Okay, so that's going to be in the exhibit 11, which is my testimony in support of the stipulation.
Okay.
And, there it is. Exhibit MC3ST, if you might recall, is where we added that provision, the rate rider provision, to each of the individual rate schedules.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to go there. MC3ST.
MC3ST.
Okay. That's 20 pages, which.
Yes.
Is there a specific place in there that would be helpful?
For example, for what's listed there for rate 1. And its incentive is 33.586 cents per kWh. That is shown in MC3ST, page 3 of 20.
Okay, so tell me again, I'm looking at page 104 for rate number 1. It's also called 1 of 20. And what is the?
Sorry, go to page 3 of 20.
Oh, I see.
And there's
okay, I see that. That's the number I was looking for. Okay, thank you.
You find the same those listed proposed incentive rates in each of these rate schedules, proposed rate schedules.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's helpful. That clarifies that. Okay, so let's go back to exhibit 13 and the, let's look at MC2R.
Okay, I'm there.
And so it's got this, the last column is called EPE's non-fuel variable cost.
Correct.
And we can go to, you may be able to answer this question outright without referring to your other testimony, but other areas of EPE 13, you clarified that energy related cost, unit cost, and variable operations and maintenance cost per kilowatt hour are the same thing.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And so is this sort of a third term that means the same thing?
It is the same thing. So yes, we have 3 terms, all meaning the same thing.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you, looking at the same column, can you explain why these values are different for different rate classes? If those rate classes are using energy identically for EV charging?
Can you, which column are you looking at here?
So I'm looking at on MC2R, EPE's non-fuel variable cost.
Okay.
And this, I'm trying to remember which column you said you would strike based during your testimony to Ms. Souls.
Yes, just to
Is
clarify.
this a column that should be stricken?
No, it's not.
Okay.
The column I have suggested that gets stricken is in MC-3R.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the last column there.
Okay, so looking at MC2R, I guess my question is, why are these values different for different rate classes? Well, I'll let you answer that. Go ahead.
They're different for each rate class because that's how our cost of service has shown that each rate class has a different non-fuel variable cost. So it's based on our cost of service though.
And I'm sorry, can I interject just 1 second? So Mr. Carrasco, I heard you say to Mr. Simpson a moment ago, this column EP's non-fuel variable cost is a third of 3 terms utilized to describe the same thing. Can you please remind me what the same thing is that this thing is describing?
Yes, these values here describe the, let me go to my testimony that we're completely on the same page.
I'm going to pause your cross-examination time, Mr. Simpson. I want him to answer that so I can keep up with the conversation. So,
thank you.
Okay. So on page 4 on EPE Exhibit 13, in the lines 6 and 7.
Okay.
So I'm saying that the terms energy related cost, unit cost, and variable operations and maintenance cost per kWh are one and the same. Well, now we can add this new term, EPE's non-fuel variable cost.
And my question is really quite basic. Like, what is that? You're saying it all means the same thing. I just want to know, tell me what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, it means that it's each rate classes energy related unit costs as shown in our cost of service studies.
Okay,
Is that helpful?
it is. And then, I mean, can you break it down even more simply? What does that unit cost represent? Is that the cost of producing the energy itself?
Yes, it includes cost of producing the energy and such as whatever elements are required to produce that energy. It's anything that's variable depending on how much kWh is being produced by the company.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Simpson, I'll start you up again.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm not sure you answered the question. My question is, why would this rate vary for different rate classes, given that what we're talking about here is very similar or identical usage in terms of timing of the usage?
Through our cost of service studies, we do a lot of allocation. So it all depends on how much certain rate classes allocation of costs have gone into it. Depends on the load factors and it just different variables that go into it that in the end result in a what you see here rates that vary by rate class.
Would you agree that one of the primary components, and you sort of touched on it, is the time of day that the electricity is used and the correlation of that usage of that rate class with the system peaks, the coincident peak load?
In the determination of this energy unit cost, energy related cost, there is not much coincident peak type of cost allocations that go into calculating this number. It's all energy related type of allocation factors.
Okay.
Well,
okay,
Mr. Simpson, hold on. Can I interject a second again? I'll pause
Sure.
the time. I'll give you all the time you want.
Sure.
So Mr. Carrasco, maybe one way we could do this is, and I think I understand Mr. Simpson's questions, and he's trying to understand. So for instance, if we look at MC2R, the rate 1 residential service rate, and EP's non-fuel variable cost for the residential service rate is 0.00764. And then, I mean, just to pick arbitrarily, the city and county service at the rate number 7 there, your costs are identified as 0.00841. And I guess maybe could you explain, like, and I think what Mr. Simpson's trying to understand, and I think it's something worth trying to understand, is if it's just related to the energy related unit cost, and all of this is going to be, all this charging is going to be done, all this usage of energy is going to be done between midnight and 8, because unless I'm misunderstanding something, it seems like what Mr. Simpson's trying to ask is, well, if it's all at the same period of time, then why is there a difference in the cost? And Mr. Simpson, have I correctly stated there what you're trying to get at?
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at.
And so maybe Mr. Carrasco, maybe I just don't understand. You can educate me. I'm happy to be educated. It seems like a fair question. Like, why is the charges different if everyone's using energy at the same time for the same purpose, which is off-peak charging of your EV? That question makes sense, Mr. Carrasco? I mean, can you?
I'm trying to, I understand the question. I know what you're asking for. And my response is that I am getting this number as a number that was produced through our cost of service allocation process. why it's different, it varies between classes, we would have to get into the details of that cost allocation.
Okay, well, is it simple enough to say that maybe there's some aspect to what the city and county's use is more generally? I know this is just very vague stuff, but like just to sort of think about residential use versus county use, which would really explain the slight difference in the price. I mean, is that something that can be done, or is it too complicated?
It's all based on the allocation of the cost and the divisor. I mean, if there's less units for city and county that a certain cost is going to be divided over, then of course the rate will be higher. Residential has a lot of kilowatt hours, right? So so that you can expect that, okay, well, since the divisor is so much greater than and when you divide that cost by that many kWh, then you get a smaller unit cost.
Okay, so that's one explanation. Maybe, I mean, that's what I heard you just say, is that the city and county effectively use less, so that explains a slightly higher cost, right? And that's what you just said.
That's a very simplified.
Simplistic. Yeah, no, I understand, and I get it. Okay, sorry, Mr. Simpson, to cut in. I'll set you off again.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we should move on. So I'm still looking at MC2R, and you have this Simpson's incentive credit column. And I understand where the first 5 values of 0.0474 came from. That was in my testimony. It was in my testimony 2 places. One place I had a typo and called it 0.07460, which you pointed out, but the first time I referred to it, and the correct number is 0.4740. I understand those first 5 values in that Simpson incentive credit column, but I don't understand the next values. For example, this 0.00181. How did you calculate that value?
The way I calculated that value was in your testimony, you describe what you thought should be the methodology, the logic of calculating that value. Let me go back to my testimony, because I do think I referenced how you worded it.
I think it's 4 to 5.
Yes, it's page 4, and you said that the design should be simple, but with the exception that the resulting rate not go below EPE's variable O&M cost. So that's on page 4, question 12, 11, and 12, line 12. So going back to exhibit MC2R, if we look at rate 3, you'll see that EPE's non-fuel variable cost, which we've already defined. We're okay with that, right?
Yes.
So in order for the net approved rate, which is the second to the last column, to not be less than that number, that means that our commission approved rate for rate 3, in other words, the commission approved rate for that specific rate schedule, would have to be reduced, or we would have to have an incentive credit of 0.00181 so that the net approved rate did not drop below the EPE's non-fuel variable cost. If we had used your suggested 0.04740, that net approved rate would have been a negative number. In other words, it would have dropped below EPA's non-fuel variable cost, which is what I understood that you defined as the logic that we should use in calculating that rate.
So the way I understand what you just said, it seems to me that under my suggestion, the incentive credit should be 0.03782 to make the final value
No.
0.00971.
Let me clarify what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that because we have a standard rate for small general service, and we don't want to be, and then that's another thing that you suggested, that we should have a year-round incentive credit. It shouldn't be fluctuating by season. So for this standard rate, in order for the net approved rate to not be below EPE's non-fuel variable cost, then the incentive rate would have to be, the incentive credit rate would have to be 0.00181. That would have to be the year-round incentive credit according to your logic, or at least my understanding of your logic.
Yes, my intent again would be that the net approved rate would be the same as the EPE non-fuel variable cost as a minimum.
And it is.
So that net approved rate would be 0.00971.
Well, you do see
when you say net approved rate, is that net approved incentive credit? Is that what you mean?
I mean, the approved rate, the commission approved rate, minus the incentive credit, it gives us a net, what I call a net approved rate.
So that net approved rate is significantly higher than the non-fuel variable cost, which is, I thought that's sort of our minimum that we were trying not to go below.
In looking again for rate 3, standard rate, and I'm sorry that I didn't put any line numbers on this, but if we're looking at the value on the seventh row of values, we see that the net approved rate is 0.00971, which equals the EP's non-fuel variable cost, which on the last column of 0.00971. So that meets what you had suggested, that it does not drop below that non-fuel variable cost.
So you're saying when this 0.03782 value in this column, is that the incentive credit?
No, the incentive credit is the column right to the left of that value. the incentive credit is 0.00181.
Okay.
According to your logic.
That's certainly not the way I intended it or interpreted my logic.
Okay. That's how I understood it. I
So,
apologize if I didn't understand what you were trying to.
okay, well, yeah, let's move on. I have a limited amount of time here. I do have some other questions for you. I think we covered some of this. So if on this, staying on this table, if we made this Simpson's incentive credit column, if we made that equal to an amount that results in a super off-peak rate, let's see, maybe this might be, let's move on. Let's talk about MC3R. It might be a little more clear to talk about it in those terms. So the last column of MC3R is super off-peak energy charge, right? So if we made the proposed incentive credit equal to an amount that would result in 0.00764 for all rate classes, would that make that the resulting net amount for the customer the same as the super off-peak rate using the commission approved rate 42?
Hearing Examiner Ryan, I apologize, Mr. Simpson, for interrupting. I'm understanding you talking about a proposed rate, and we're not proposing a rate, we're proposing an incentive credit. So I just want to be clear that you're talking about the stipulation, not the originally proposed rate 45.
That's correct. I'm talking about this. I'm trying to talk about it in terms of the newly approved rate 42, and thank you, because this is a sort of a complicated subject that can help to clarify. So the super off-peak energy charge here in this MC3R, it varies by rate class, but in rate 42, it's identical to the residential rate, correct? It's 0.00764 for all rate classes. Right, Manny?
The way that the commission approved rate 42 that's currently in effect, it will be it will have a super off-peak energy charge of 0.00764 for all rate classes.
Correct. Good. So do you see the logic of making the rate 45 or whole house EV rate identical to the commission approved rate 42, the resulting net rate to the customer during that super off-peak time?
I would not agree to making an adjustment across the board that would result in a net approved rate of 0.00764. And the reason for that is because our approved rates by the commission approved rates for each of these rates that are listed here has factored in their the recovery of our revenue requirement, which was approved by the, as approved by the commission. If we were to drop, if we were to set the net approved rate to 0.00764, then the company would really risk losing a significant amount of revenue from all these incentive credits that is it's not reasonable. It's more than what I think that that is a reasonable amount.
Can you quantify what you mean by a significant impact to the company? I mean, it seems to me we're talking about a very small number of customers.
I have not quantified that number. But I mean, if you recall that the way that we have proposed this whole house, whole service EV rate incentive credit is that even consumption that is not EV related is going to get that credit as well. So there's that's what I'm trying to explain, that there's more revenue that would be lost if we were to set an incentive credit that's equal to the non-fuel variable cost.
Mr. Simpson, can I pause for a second too and interject with a question real quickly?
Sure.
Ms. Olson, a moment ago, she noted that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Olson, but you said this a moment ago. I think Mr. Simpson was referring to the discussion here in terms of a rate, and you said, well, we're proposing an incentive credit, not a rate. Did I correctly understand your objection there, Ms. Olson?
I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Simpson was talking about what's in front of the commission on the stipulation, which is Mr. Carrasco obviously can explain this, but the whole house EV standard and TOD rate rider to various existing rates versus what we had originally proposed, which was rate number 45.
Okay, well, this is those words all raise a question in my mind, which is to say, and this is from Mr. Carrasco now. This is in the stipulation, and it appears to be the document that controls in terms of what the parties' agreement, the stipulating parties' agreement is. There's modifications to proposed rate 45 EV charging incentive credit. And so, Mr. Carrasco, my question for you, sir, is when we're talking about something that's an incentive credit, this is described as a rate. Is there could you just explain the mechanics of how this incentive credit is going to work? I mean, if I understand correctly, all usage captured between midnight and 8 a.m. will then result, there will be a charge and then some credit. Can you just kind of describe the mechanics of that for me real quickly, Ms. Carrasco, so I make sure I understand correctly?
Yes, sure. Hearing examiner. So the way that that's going to work is that let's say we have a household that is consuming all their power, including EV charging. So the total consumption, including that EV charging, is going to get billed at the regular rate schedule. Okay. Whatever the energy charge is for residential. But then the plan is to install a meter that will be able to record the consumption between midnight and 8 in the morning. And whatever that consumption is, we are going to be applying an incentive credit to each of those kWh that was recorded during that time period. And that is going to be a credit against the normal charges that the customer will see on their bill.
I see. So you effectively, for this amount of time, we give you back some dollar value based on your usage by the amount of multiplied by the credit amount. Is that basically correct?
That is correct.
Why? Okay. Then I just want to ask the question: is why not just reduce the rate? I mean, how come that process has to happen? I mean, that seems kind of complicated.
It's better tracking. We can see exactly what we're giving credit for, and it's it'll be easier for us to know. Okay, this is how much we provided this customer as a result of this rate rider that we have now in our rate schedules.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. The distinction Ms. Olson made was one I had not considered, and clarification was valuable to me. So go ahead, Mr. Simpson.
Okay, following up on that, regarding the rate 45, original proposal, which would use the customer's meter to measure what is charged, what the EV is being charged, and when it's being charged. Would you be opposed to going back to that rate 45 sort of scenario, which would resolve that question of other energy being charged at that rate?
For purposes of the stipulation, the company agreed with the suggestion that was made by another intervener that maybe we should take a more simplistic approach of offering a whole house EV rate incentive credit rather than going with the original proposal. So I think that if we want to proceed with how the stipulation is worded, that we should go ahead and go with the whole home EV rate rider rather than going back to our original proposal of rate 45.
Okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner, please please help me out here, because I don't want to violate any confidentiality of the stipulation. So I'm going to ask a question, but perhaps you could object if this is an improper question.
I'm sure Ms. Olson will if she thinks it is.
So Manny, my recollection is that the party who proposed the WHEV as opposed to rate 45 did not join the stipulation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And
Okay.
Hearing Examiner, I apologize. Can I just add one clarification? I think Mr. Simpson is referring to direct testimony that was filed in this case, but Mr. Carrasco is not speaking to the confidentiality of the negotiations that occurred as part of the bargain for agreements and ultimately reaching the terms of the stipulation.
Yeah, no, I understand those arguments about not intruding into the parties' negotiations, but I don't see, so Mr. Simpson can't say, hey, why did you guys think this was the best plan? Tell me the answer. But certainly he can say, Mr. Carrasco, I believe this is a better plan. What do you think? Right? And Mr. Carrasco can swat that away if he wishes. So that types of question, Mr. Simpson, you're free to ask. But again, I think you can distinguish between, hey, I think this is what you should do, Mr. Carrasco. What do you think? Versus Mr. Carrasco, tell me about what you and the party spoke about in your agreements. You understand the difference, Mr. Simpson?
Hearing Examiner Ryan, though, I do want the commission to be cautious that these are bargained for agreements that we reached as part of reaching an overall stipulation that we think is in the customer's best interest. And so I don't think it's appropriate to put Mr. Carrasco in the position where he has to comment on particular elements, because that in effect could put him in the position of making it look like he isn't in support of the stipulation as a entire document. And so we do have to be mindful of the fact that these are bargained for negotiated agreements that we reached, and that it's inappropriate to look at the stipulation on a component by component basis and ask, well, did party X agree to this? Did party Y oppose to this? Did anyone raise it?
No, I didn't say anything of the sort, but I would not agree with you at all that your stipulation requires Mr. Simpson to accept that he believes you guys have reached the best agreement. Mr. Simpson is free to say this agreement is garbage. It should not be accepted. And if he has proposals that he wishes to put before Ms. Carrasco to say, isn't this a better deal? Well, Mr. Carrasco could say, I don't agree, without ever commenting upon his sense of what is the validity of the stipulating party's reasons for accepting the stipulation. So yeah, so I mean, I don't know if we can create some blanket rule here, but Mr. Simpson, you understand you're permitted to challenge the stipulation in the context of it, but not in terms of getting into what the parties agreed on or didn't agree on. Why? Is that clear to you, Mr. Simpson?
Yes, sir, I think so. So Manny, I'll just ask you, and I hope you don't mind me keep referring you to as Manny, because I feel like we're acquaintances and we've had a lot of informal discussion. So I hope that's not offensive. And I will call you Mr. Carrasco if you like.
No, Manny's much better. Thank you.
Thank you. So is it, if we accepted the original concept of rate 45 using the customer's meters to measure only EV charging, would that resolve some of the cost concerns regarding non-EV charging being charged at being given this incentive credit?
I'm trying to see if I can explain this without going into the confidentiality of the negotiations. Okay, so in response to your question, would a rate 45 result if we were to use the EV charging telemetry to obtain how much EV charging required as far as electric use, then I agree that it would resolve not including non-EV energy consumption in applying this credit.
Okay. All right, thank you. Staying in Exhibit 13, let's go up to page 4. Go to page 4.
I'm there.
Yes. Lines 1 to 6 talks about this. It's WHEV incentive credit. I won't have you reread that paragraph out loud, but doesn't this concept of not charging customers for the new advanced time of use meters, doesn't that sort of violate the general principle of cost causation? I mean, what is, will EPE just accept those extra costs?
There are slight differences in the cost of a meter that can record various time period consumptions. In other words, it's got more registers than just your typical regular kWh meter. So there is some cost differences, but I have not quantified what that difference would be. What we are trying to do here is incentivize this consumption or EV consumption, EV charging consumption during the super off-peak period. So the company is voluntarily offering to provide these customers an incentive credit to incentivize that time of consumption. If we add additional cost in order to provide this incentive credit, then it might not be worth the effort of even suggesting an incentive credit. So there probably will be some cost that is not fully recovered, but then we will have additional revenue from the sales from those EV chargers. So that should help us offset some of those costs.
Mr. Simpson, can I just chime in real quickly too and follow up on that, please? Pause your time again. Mr. Kretzko, just again with sort of a very mechanics question. You'll have one meter, I mean, just assume a residential circumstance for this incentive credit. You have one meter effectively capturing the amount of use during the day. And then if I understand correctly, there's a second meter that's going to be capturing the amount of use during the after hours, the 12 midnight to 8 a.m. time period. Am I so far correct?
No, we will have one meter that will measure
Okay.
both. It's got different registers. One register will record everything that's consumed outside of the super off-peak period, and another register will pick up what is consumed during that super off-peak period. But it's all in one meter.
I understand. I'm sorry, I got a little confused there for a second, so I just wanted to make sure I understood. So basically, you're swapping out a meter with a higher technology device that can track the timing effectively.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Simpson.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on down to the bottom of this same page. You talk about the incentive credit being calculated based on the EPE's incremental generation cost. And is that incremental generation cost the same cost that's used to calculate the on-peak cost?
Okay, are you still on page 4?
Yes, I'm at the very bottom of page 4 and continuing on to page 5, where you start talking about on line 20 of page 4, you start talking about the incentive credit.
Okay, I read that. And now, can you repeat your question, please?
So is that the same cost that is used to calculate the on-peak cost?
EPE's incremental generation cost is, yes, it is used to calculate that on-peak adder that's included in the on-peak energy charge.
Okay, so can you explain why that is appropriate to use in this case when we're talking about midnight to 8 a.m. so far away from the peak demand? time period?
The reason I chose to use that incremental generation cost was because the consumption is going to be, that the incentive is that we will cause, or the incentive is that charging will be happening during a time of the day where we will have excess capacity. So the way that in my thinking was that, all right, so then because we're incentivizing this consumption to happen in that super off-peak period, that means that we would not need to have a generation type of cost. So how much better is it if we use that incremental generation cost to figure out this credit, because the incentive is that we're not going to incur this incremental generation cost. So that's how I tied the calculations for the super off-peak period. And on the opposite side, for the on-peak charge, we're saying, well, this is how much there's a significant cost that's incurred by the company to provide a customer the ability to charge at the time that we have our system peaks. And our on-peak energy charge needs to reflect that there is a much higher cost during those on-peak hours. And for that reason, we use this EP's incremental generation cost to put some type of value to that on-peak energy charge.
Okay, so I mean that makes a lot of sense to me to use that incremental generation cost to figure out what the extra cost is for charging during a peak period. So it makes a lot of sense to use that for the on-peak versus the off-peak charge. But I still don't understand why that would apply to the off-peak versus super off-peak differential.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't clear. My explanation is that because I'm saying that we are avoiding this incremental generation cost in the super off-peak period. In other words, because we're charging, all that new EV charging is happening in the super off-peak period, the company avoids some of this incremental generation cost. So let's use that to incentivize, to make sure we incentivize that EV charging consumption in the earlier part of the mornings of each day. In other words, the super off-peak period.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, can I ask you real quick how much time I have left?
3 minutes.
Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit again. Manny, can we go to your exhibit 11? Your stipulation testimony?
Yes.
And I'd like to go to page 5.
Okay.
And very bottom of the page. Can you read this for me, the line 13 through of page 5 through line 6 of page 6, this paragraph?
Okay.
So I'm, go ahead.
So line 13, it starts the incentive credit rate for rate numbers 01 and 03 alt are set at incremental generation cost per kWh. The maximum amount that EPE has determined to be reasonable for the incentive. The incentive credit rate for rates number 03 STD, 04, and 07 are set equal to the difference between the off-peak energy charge and the super off-peak energy charge for each rate class listed, and which does not result in a net energy charge during the super off-peak period that is less than EPE's variable operations and maintenance cost per kWh.
Okay. So it seems to be fairly complex and with a couple of qualifiers there. It has separate methodologies for rates number 373, standard 47, and then for rates 01 and 03 alternate, correct?
Right.
So I guess my question is, would it be simpler, since the result of the commission approved rate 42 is a super off-peak rate of 0.00764 cents per kilowatt hour, to have the incentive credit be one that results in the same super off-peak rate?
Okay, I'm trying to understand your question. You're suggesting that the incentive credit for each of these rates be such that it's no less than the EPA's variable operations and maintenance cost per kWh. That's where you're
well, that's close, but not exactly. I was specifying the 0.00764 rate that is the super off-peak rate under rate 42. So in other words, the incentive credit would result in that rate for all rate classes, just the same as rate 42.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that I do not agree with that. And I explained that that would result in a greater loss of revenue because the rates, the approved rates for each of those rate schedules has factored into them a revenue recovery of certain amounts of due to the consumption that is occurring during those off-peak, super off-peak periods. So in my opinion, it is not a reasonable, it's not reasonable to have all those rates result with a net rate that is equal to the super off-peak energy charge of the currently approved rate 42.
Mr. Simpson, your time's come to a conclusion, but I want to ask one follow-up question before I pass it to someone else.
Okay.
Mr. Carrasco, and there may be a very simple answer. I don't know. Just I'll ask you the question, and then if you need me to clarify or whatever, we can talk about it further. This business about breaking down within the individual rate classes, within the rate, and I've heard you say now, basically, just in response to that question, and then earlier we were talking, that you have to divide this, you have to have different prices within each of the classes that might utilize rate 45 because there's variables within each of the classes that require doing so. And I realize that's a very blanket statement. What I want to ask you, and I'll offer whatever answer you wish, why, when the company produced in the rate, proposed in the rate case, the flat rate 42 for all residential and customer classes, why did EPE not make a similar move then?
We didn't make a similar move then because the intent was that in this proceeding, we were going to have, and we did propose a breakdown by rate class, and that's what our original rate 42 in this proceeding had intended to do. The whole reason that we didn't do it in the rate case was because we knew this proceeding was taking place. In fact, we had prepared testimony last year with the intent of providing, and we did file it like that, a breakdown by rate class. It saved it all for this proceeding.
Okay, thank you. It is now Ms. Stevens, city's opportunity. You've reserved 60 minutes with Mr. Carrasco. You're muted, Ms. Stevens. You're muted, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Are we going to go straight through the lunch hour, do all my cross-examination, or are you going to break
I suppose, thank you very much for pointing that out where we are. It is 11:50. Ms. Hoyman, what's your preference?
I will go along with whatever Ms. Stevens or others wish to do.
Ms. Stevens, what's your preference?
It doesn't matter to me. I think I'd probably prefer not to be cut off at some arbitrary point in the middle, is my concern.
Well, we could have I mean, it's either a late lunch or an early lunch. Can I get someone from any other parties?
I'm not going to vote. It would look unseemly if I voted. So I guess I would ask the other parties, and particularly Mr. Carrasco there.
Mr. Carrasco, what do you want to do, sir?
Let's go to lunch.
Okay, there you go. Executive decision might result in a longer afternoon, but we'll all just accept that consequence because we get a break now. So let's take the hour. We'll come back at, we'll just call it an hour and 7. We'll come back at 1. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Call for record.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I hope it's okay that I am keeping my jacket off. There's HVAC problems in our building apparently this week, and it is quite warm. So.
Oh, that's fine. No problem at all. Okay, it's 1 p.m. We'll go back on the record. Ms. Hoyman, are we all set? Very good. Ms. Stevens? You're muted.
Sorry.
Very good. 60 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Kraska, where are you?
I'm here.
Oh, you moved from earlier. How are you, Mr. Kraska? You know, it's been a whole 6 months. Can you
Yes,
believe that?
this is fun.
This is fun. The last week's been really fun, hasn't it?
Exciting.
And because so much has happened just in the last 3 hours, I've tried to revise my cross-examination for about the 4th time, and I don't think I've necessarily succeeded. So forgive me if I'm going around in circles a little bit. But first thing, for the benefit of the record here, would you look at CLC Exhibit 7, please?
Okay, let's see. CLC. So there's CLC. Exhibit number 7.
And would you confirm that that is the new original rate number 42 approved in the general rate case 2000-104-UT?
Yes, it is.
City moves to admit CLC Exhibit 7.
Any objections? Exhibit 7 will be admitted.
Thank you. Now let's go on to what Mr. Navarez and Mr. Gomez were testifying about this morning. Would you look at CLC Exhibit 17, please? And I know you were watching the whole testimony, weren't you, Mr. Kraska, this morning?
I was watching.
Yeah. So you recall that if you have to go to the back of this exhibit to find the three loads and resources related documents that were admitted into the record.
Okay.
Are you? Yes. Are you with me? I'm on moving to page 23 of 27 of the PDF.
Yes, I'm there.
And have you, aside from this morning, have you seen this document before?
I have not.
So did anybody confer with you into the making of this document to get an electric vehicle anticipated load value, peak load value?
No.
Does your department typically provide information that goes into loads and resources documents? And that would be the more traditional other 2 pages of this?
No.
No. Does your department accumulate historical data that might be used for projecting needs in our case, our current case?
No.
Where do you get, well, you do claim to have done the cost of service studies in the rate case. So where do you get the data, the historical data that you use in a rate case? Or in this case, and this is a rate case, we're talking rates here.
Our data comes from our customer billing system. We compile information out of that system. And from our general ledger, the source of our cost of service studies are like our general ledger booked amounts for the test year and so on.
And you, as a rate design person, you work with billing determinants, correct?
Yes.
And those billing determinants include the total company and particularly the class coincident and non-coincident peaks for each month. Is that right?
We do get like that kind of information from our economic research group.
So does the economic research group do historical data or forecasts or both?
I don't work with that in that group. I would assume that they use both.
The company has an electric vehicle charging rate in Texas, correct? Already in place?
I'm sorry, what was the last part of your question?
Does the company already have an electric vehicle charging rate in its Texas jurisdiction?
Yes.
And that's been in place since the last rate case in 2017, is that right?
That's right.
So you have some actual historical billing determinants from Texas, but not from New Mexico. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we do.
And
the company just filed a rate case in Texas, correct?
Hearing Examiner Ryan, I've given a little bit of leeway with this line of questioning, but I'm not sure what the relevance of the Texas has to do with the proceeding that's before us.
Ms. Stevens.
The relevance of Texas is that the company in its jurisdiction that's 4 times as big as New Mexico does have some data that correlates in some way. I'm not saying it matches because I don't believe it does, but correlates to the 2 megawatts that are being projected on some of the company's documents. It also gives some indication of the patterns and the quantity of EV demand, EV load, I guess, demand in Texas, which, as we know, Ms. Rispe yesterday testified that they consider their Texas jurisdiction to be a better indicator than information from PNM or other New Mexico entities.
So I understand, let me just say something. So I understand where you're going, Ms. Stevens, but I think it'd be more productive to start with the questions bearing upon the New Mexico case, and then to the extent necessary, get into the Texas material rather than leading with lots of questions about Texas without with uncertainty as to where this is going.
So Mr. Carrasco, you don't have historical billing data for New Mexico because the New Mexico EV rate was just approved a month ago, correct?
Correct.
But you do have, because you've had a rate in place in Texas for 3.5 years, 3.5 years, time flies. You do have billing data, billing determinants from Texas. Is that right?
Hearing Examiner Ryan, I apologize. I'm just going to state my objection and have it be a continuing objection to questioning about the Texas rate, which is not at issue in this proceeding. It's not a rate that's proposed in this proceeding. It's meaningfully different than the rate that's proposed in this proceeding, and I don't think it's relevant to this proceeding, but I don't want to continue interrupting Ms. Stevens, so I'd just like that to be a continuing objection.
Objection noted, and Ms. Stevens, just for awareness, I mean, I understand why you're asking these questions, but if you get too far afield, I'll stop you.
Okay, well, let's turn Mr. Carrasco to CLC exhibits numbers 13 and 14. Can you open those up?
Okay, I have both of them open.
Okay. And these represent, these documents are from the Texas rate filing that the company made recently. Is that correct?
They appear to be so.
And that's for, that was done using a historical test period ending December 31st, 2020. If I turn my head, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look at those exhibits, and let's just start with 13, which is coincident demand. Would you agree that the last line, line number 31, is the electric vehicle charging rate? And we're looking at Texas coincident demand at the meter. Is that right?
You're looking at page 2 of 33.
Yeah, page 2 of 33 and page
31.
3, yeah, line 31. And then the next page is the rest. This is several months, and the other months on the next page. Is it when you worked on the rates in that rate case, this is information that you use and consider to be trustworthy about the electric vehicle charging billing demand, correct?
Here, Examiner Ryan, I apologize again for the interruption, but it appears that Ms. Stevens is asking Mr. Carrasco about an ongoing litigation in front of the Texas PUCT, which again, I don't think is relevant to this proceeding, and it's questions about ongoing litigation, so I object.
This is
I'm trying to see where you're going. Is there a question you could ask Mr.
Yes.
Carrasco that's relevant to the New Mexico proceeding that would then back us into this, which demonstrate how this is relevant? Because I'm not seeing it at this point.
Okay, I think so. Mr. Carrasco, let's look at this the Texas line for electric vehicle charging. You would agree that that in both Texas and New Mexico, the peak season is considered to be June through September, is that right?
As a system?
Yeah, as a system or individually?
For Texas jurisdiction, yes.
And for the New Mexico jurisdiction, we look at June, July, August, September as the peak, right?
Correct.
Would you look at these things and tell me how much coincident peak was experienced during the months of, in 2020, during the months of June, July, August, and September for electric vehicle charging?
The schedule shows 0 in those months.
And you don't have any reason to doubt that schedule, do you?
No.
If we would now turn to exhibit number 14. And would you agree that this is a similar schedule also from the Texas rate case, and it presents non-coincident peak?
Ms. Stevens, I need you to tell me now, where is this going?
I'm wanting to demonstrate that the 2 megawatts shown on the 2 megawatts, which neither of the two engineers could explain, does not comport with historical reality. And since there is no Texas, the EV rate for New Mexico only now took effect. I doubt that there are very many customers on it at this point. Basically, Texas is Texas's experience is going to be representative of what shows up on that loads and resources table?
Hearing Examiner Ryan, may I just briefly respond to the fact that the exhibit that Ms. Stevens is referring to from Mr. Gallegos' supplemental testimony in another proceeding is not an EPE L&R table. It is a document that was prepared for some purpose that no witness testifying in this proceeding today has established foundation that they're aware of that. I do agree with Ms. Stevens that there is a number 2 next to the word electric vehicle. I don't see anywhere on there where it says a unit following that number 2. The witness on the stand currently has said he has no knowledge about that exhibit. And so I object to this line of questioning as irrelevant. And to the extent she's trying to tie it to this L&R table, Mr. Carrasco has said he doesn't have any knowledge regarding that L&R table. So I just don't see where this is going.
So what I was just saying before the document that's entitled, this needs to be said for the record, Summer 2021 Expectations, Loads and Resources, was presented to the commissioners themselves, not to me, not to any other person in the case, was given directly to the commissioners as representative of the loads and resources for the summer 2021 expectations. I believe the meeting was on June the 3rd. And this was offered to represent that, in fact, EPE may have to impose rolling brownouts and blackouts this summer, and to denote that there was the pandemic increase in the load that occurred in 2020. It's a very long story, but this document that Ms. Stevens has offered has been presented to the commissioners themselves. So I have no difficulty with the document being in the record at all. To not allow it in would be kind of wild, frankly.
I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were stopping.
No, my next comment is, Ms. Stevens, you're trying to establish effectively that you don't understand how in New Mexico they came up with what the anticipated load is for New Mexico. I frankly think that's already, I'm not going to say this is an evidentiary matter, but I haven't heard anything yet. So I don't know why we need to get in any great weeds here in what's going on in Texas for you to make a point.
Well, if I might move to admit these 2 exhibits just to have some figures, and I'll just ask one other question of Mr. Carrasco. These figures here throughout this exhibit, these are in kilowatts, not megawatts. Is that correct, Mr. Carrasco?
Are you still on exhibit 14?
14 I am.
Yes, they appear to be KW.
And that would be true of 13 as well?
Yes.
City moves to admit exhibits 13 and 14.
Ms. Olson?
EP objects to the admission of these exhibits, which are currently pending before the PUCT in active litigation and are irrelevant to this proceeding.
I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Stevens, I'm going to allow them. I'll allow them.
Thank you.
But we need to move on.
We will move on. I'm turning to your, let me close these so my screen isn't messy. Moving to your exhibit 13, your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Carrasco, at page 7. Now I have too many things on it. Page 13. Page 7, beginning on page at line 9, you testify, next, I'm not an engineer, but I would venture to say that the company will, with emphasis, incur additional demand-related costs due to providing EV charging service. Given what we just looked at, and given the testimony of your 2 engineers this morning, would you like to change or qualify that testimony?
No, I wouldn't change it.
do you have a time frame for when you venture to say the company will incur additional demand-related costs?
I don't have a time frame.
Do you understand that this case, or at least this rate, was sort of presented in the context of a 2-year transportation electrification plan?
What rate are you referring to?
We're talking about the credits, because rate 42 has already been resolved, but we're talking about the incentive credits.
What was your question again? I'm sorry.
Can you define a time frame in which, since you didn't put a time frame in your testimony here, I'm asking you now to define the time frame in which your prognostication that the company will incur additional demand-related costs. What time period does that refer to?
I don't have a time period.
And is it your testimony that you believe that the company will incur additional demand-related costs due to providing EV charging service during the end of 2021, 2022, 2023 timeframe that we've been discussing yesterday and today as being the period for this first TEP?
Well, I did start my sentence here that I'm not an engineer. So I specifically, if they are gonna, in my opinion, I think that there be some costs involved as a result of increasing EV charging service in our New Mexico service territory.
And that's your opinion, again, as a non-engineer, based on the next 2 years or so, during which Ms. Arizpe is projecting something like 317 or 318 EVs in the whole service territory. Is that your testimony?
As a non-engineer, yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's pick up where Mr. Simpson left off, and that is in the same rebuttal testimony, Exhibit MC3R.
Yes.
And I believe when at the very top of the case, you testified that in the farthest right-hand column, the super off-peak energy charge, that only the first six lines or so with the 0.00764 charge were still relevant and the rest were not. Is that right? Did I understand that correctly?
That's right.
But now going one more column in towards to the left of that, you did not change the column that says EPE's non-fuel variable cost. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can we agree that the 0.0764 figure for rate 1 coincides with what the commission approved, and which is reflected explicitly and expressly and publicly in rate number 42, that CLC Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Now, the rest of the numbers in that column, starting with rate 3 and the 0.00971 figure and going down to the bottom, are those numbers in any of the schedules that the commission explicitly included in its final order in the rate case?
In any of the exhibits or attachments?
The commission's exhibits, the commission's exhibits that were actually put into the record in the rate case.
Commission's exhibits. I cannot recall. I believe they were not in the commission's final order numbers.
And if we turn to your exhibit number, okay, my numbers mixed up here, 11, your testimony in support of the stipulation. Yeah. And we turn to exhibit MC2ST.
Okay.
Does this, do the asterisks, the double asterisk here indicate that indeed those, well, actually I'm on 2 or 3 or 3 of 3, 3 of 2 or 3, 3 of, pardon me, 2 of 5, 3 of 5, 4 of 5, and 5 of 5. Is it true that you've got a double asterisk on line 4 for the energy related cost unit, which indicates that it came from an exhibit MC4S that was prepared for the PRC's final order?
Yes, that's how the footnote indicates.
Mm-hmm. And that exhibit is not in the final order, is that right? To the best of your knowledge?
Best of my knowledge, I don't believe it is.
So, and I don't want to beat a dead horse about the ruling here, but we don't have, other than your having noted these numbers here and said that they came from something was prepared for the commission, but not disseminated publicly by the commission, all we have is your numbers on this page, is that right? On these pages for your calculations, to support your calculations of the incentive credit.
That's right.
And just to keep me straight, looking at MC2ST, this does correspond to what the company and the other signatories are requesting that the commission approve as the incentive credit, credits by class, is that right?
Yes, exhibit MC2ST does show or identify what is being proposed as the incentive credit.
And going back to exhibit, actually, let's stay there in 11. Exhibit MC3ST, these are the rates 1, 3, 4, and 7 that again reflect the final position of the signatories on the whole house, whole service EV credits, is that right?
That's right.
I want to make sure things have moved so fast. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you. So, and then we go back to your rebuttal testimony, exhibit 13. And back to exhibit MC3R. What we have in the approved rate column is the billing components that the commission approved in the general rate case, right?
Yes, they are.
And then in the column next to that, the proposed incentive credit, that comes off of what we just looked at, the exhibit in your supplemental testimony, in your testimony in support of the stipulation, right?
Yes, from exhibit MC3ST, yes.
And the column that says net approved rate, that's not an approved rate yet, is that? That's just a netting of the approved rate minus the proposed incentive credit. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
But that is, and that's not shown on anything else because it's just subtraction, correct?
Yes.
But that is what under the signatory's proposal, that's what customers would pay. Or that was what the net effect on their bill would be for their the charging that they do from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m., correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, if we look at those numbers, Mr. Crosco.
Wait, Ms. Stevens, can I interject 1 second really quickly, please? You just said something that I wanted to understand. On the stipulation itself, this goes back to Ms. Azripe's testimony. This is GA1ST. If what you've just said is true, the proposed incentive credit there column is what is being proposed for the rate 1 residential service. And I just want to make sure I follow the documents too, because I'm in agreement with you that it's all happened very quickly. On GA1S2, it says the incentive credit for rate number 1, the whole house electric vehicle rate rider incentive credit is 0.03626 per kilowatt hour. What I'm seeing in that line that's right there, the proposed incentive credit of 0.03586. So maybe somebody can just explain that to me. What am I missing?
Here, an examiner, give me just a minute. I want to check something.
Yeah, no, and I'm just going off the document that's 2 stipulated agreements regarding rate design and cost recovery and Ms. Azripe's testimony, and then it's specifically 2.2.2. And then there's a whole list of, rate 1, rate 3, rate 4, rate 7, and then it has a number. And if there's an explanation, fine, give it to me, but I just want to know now, so I'm following along with Ms. And I paused your cross-examination time, Ms. Stevens.
I don't want to testify, but I think I could ask a question that might help Mr. Carrasco.
Go ahead. Here, an examiner?
Yes.
Right? That 03626 that you mentioned?
Yes.
And you're saying that is in Ms. Arispe's exhibit?
I'm sorry, it's an exhibit attached. It's the comprehensive stipulation, which was attached to Ms. Arispe's testimony. And I understood that this was what was going to be, this is part of the stipulation. This is what the stipulating parties have agreed to. And I just want to confirm, if you all are saying that it's represented in this chart, it's different, then I just want to know that. But maybe if I don't understand, then you can clarify.
Yeah, let me clarify. The 3626 in the stipulation, that was based on numbers from the recommended decision.
Okay.
So
and this has been updated since the final order. Is that what we're looking at now?
That's correct. Yes.
I see. So then I guess, Ms. Olson, can I ask you a question? Is this stipulation numbers then not governing?
Yeah, so hearing examiner Ryan, if I could direct your attention to, I'm just making sure I'm looking at the right provision. Paragraph 2.2.3 of the stipulation, the stipulating parties agree that the $1 per kWh incentive credits are preliminary, and EP will update the incentive credits following issuance of the commission's final order using numbers for the following determinants. And if you'll recall at the pre-hearing, I believe the city had requested that because the final order had been issued, we update those numbers as part of our rebuttal case.
Great, so then am I to understand that MC3R is in fact the update effectively?
That's correct. Yes, here in
Thank you
Exeter.
very much. That clarifies it.
May I say, so MC3R reflects the update, but the other exhibit we were looking at that actually had the tariffs really is the update. And I think that, I mean, I don't want to spend my time cleaning up the stipulation for them, but I think that there is, in terms of your certifying a stipulation, Mr. Ryan, there is going to be some cleanup to do.
Yeah, no, I guess there will be, and I don't fault anybody. I understand the way it happened. I understand Ms. Olson's point about the pre-hearing. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as everybody, because yes, the ground shifted very quickly as we went along. So yeah, I mean, it will be useful in the end to reduce all of this to a single document that completely updates everything that has been discussed so far in the course of these proceedings.
And just for clarity of record, the stipulated term is these are the credits and the determinants from the final order will result in an updated tariff that will be filed in the commission and filed with the commission upon approval of the rates. And Mr. Carrasco provided the tariffs with the updated proposed rider rate in his stipulation testimony. So I'm not entirely sure what you're asking us to update. We've provided that information in accordance with the stipulation.
Where did he provide that, Ms. Olson?
That
Well,
is,
I think
those are the
Carrasco
tariffs.
answered that.
Those are the tariffs in his what is it, MC3 ST that we were looking at a second ago. I think really the issue here mostly is that for purposes of presenting or packaging the stipulation in your certification of stipulation, to the extent that you certify that part, you would want to attach or make clear, because you don't want a document that really is already outdated.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the response I'm making is I'm not sure Ms. Stevens is suggesting something's outdated, and I'm not sure that the witness who's sponsoring the information agrees with that. And so
I didn't mean to say
I think Ms.
outdated.
Stevens, this is directed towards me, frankly. Like, look, let me tell you this. There are many documents. We have gone through a process in which there has been confusion produced. I'm sorry. There's just no question about that. And if you don't feel confused, well, then I'm glad for you. But there is a certain degree of confusion on my part because there was changes occurring, I mean, all the time. So I appreciate that you're saying, well, it was submitted as you required, but I mean, lots and lots of documents were submitted and we abandoned the rate as we went. So it's not terribly persuasive to tell me, oh, well, it's all been, we've complied with everything, because that's itself is confusing. So I don't need to get into it any further. It's just, it would certainly benefit me to have this all reduced into one place. And if you don't feel you're required to do so, then that's fine. Ms. Stevens, I cut you off. So
we're happy to comply with that. I just was trying to clarify for the record that perhaps Mr. Carrasco could just point to the document that you're referring to, but I didn't mean to suggest that the company would be in any way unwilling to provide any additional information that you think would be helpful.
Sure. Ms. Stevens, you have still a half hour.
Thank you. I hope I'm not going to take it all. So let's go back to MC3R, Mr. Carrasco, in Exhibit 13.
Yes.
And I think now, I hope there's a better understanding what this is. And this is basically the proposed incentive credit column reflects what, let me ask one question before I go on, is that you updated those numbers in your testimony in support of the stipulation, and are the other signatories in agreement with those numbers? I'll ask them one by one when they come up, and I just wanted to ask you.
I believe the signatories understood that the numbers were going to be updated for the final order numbers, And that's all that has happened here. So I'm not going to speak for them, of course, but I think they're aware that those numbers have been updated for those final order numbers.
So let's move on to back to MC3R. And let's start with just rate 1. First of all, Mr. Carrasco, do you know how many customers take the optional time of use rate presently in New Mexico?
I believe there's no more than 20 of them.
So we should focus on their standard service rate to get the other like 90,000 or so residential customers. Is that right?
At this point, yes.
And if we look at that, then what you're calling the net approved rate, which we know is not yet approved, under your proposal, customers in the first 600 kilowatt hours of summertime use would pay 3.4 cents for their electric vehicle charging credited if their energy for charging a vehicle from midnight to 8 still kept them under the first 600 kilowatt hours, they'd be paying 3.4 cents for that per kilowatt hour. Is that right? In the summertime?
So let's assume that it's a customer that uses less than 600 kWh, right?
Right.
In a month.
In a month.
So all the consumption would be billed at the 0.06999, which is under the approved rate column. Okay.
Right.
All their consumption is going to get billed at that rate.
Yes.
Any consumption that we have registered as occurring during the super off-peak period is going to get a credit of 0.03586.
And so for that nighttime load during the super off-peak, that customer, a very low user, would be paying 3.4 cents per kilowatt hour before fuel clause, the fuel clause and all those other things, right?
Yeah. If we disregard fuel clauses and all that, that consumption in the super off-peak period, in effect, is priced at that 34.13. I just want to make clear that EPE is not requesting a rate to get approved that is 0.03413 anywhere. This is just a mathematical calculation of the difference between the approved rate and the incentive credit. That's all.
So you're putting quotation marks around that phrase, your own phrase, net approved rate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, in your Exhibit 1, which we could go back to, but I think you probably remember this, I believe that the numbers that you were using for an average residential EV customer monthly consumption was 314 kilowatt hours. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does sound familiar.
So is it fair to say that it's likely that somebody who has who uses 314 kilowatt hours of energy for charging their car is probably going to be one of the people who's in the all other hours, not that lower rate for low consumers? Is that a fair assumption? That somebody with an extra 300 kilowatt hours is likely in summertime to be in that extra 300 kilowatt hours is likely to be all or almost all in the second tier, and I know tiers is an old outmoded term, Mr. Groska, but I'm an outmoded person.
Yeah, yeah, in that same exhibit, I did note that the average year-round residential customer uses 667 kWh per month. That's before any EV charging.
So we're probably, so the EV use in effect, based on your assumptions, I mean, I know that they're averaged and generalized, would the EV use would fall into as the sort of incremental at the approved rate of 10.8 cents. And that those individuals, their net cost in the late night hours would be 7.25 cents. Is that right?
Anything that's over 600 kWh. Yes.
While the non-fuel variable cost is really a factor of about, don't let me do my math here. I won't even do the math here. The variable cost that the company is actually recognizing as incurring is $0.00764. Is that right?
The non-fuel variable cost is 0.00764. Yes.
And if we look at small general service rate, again, are most of these small general service customers taking under the standard? Well, actually, standard rate in small general is not TOD. The standard rate is the one for customers with billing demand, isn't it?
That is correct.
And the alternative rate is the one for the smallest of the small customers who do not pay a demand rate. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
So in that case, let's go for the small general service rate, alternative rate, not TOD. In that case, the customer would be in the summertime paying 7.8 cents for that late night usage. In the wintertime would be paying approximately 4.4 cents. Is that right?
That would be the net effect, yes.
And moving over to the next column, if one accepts these avoided cost or variable cost, non-fuel variable cost numbers that come from the exhibits that are not in this case and aren't even in the rate case, you're looking at less than a penny versus 7.5 cents or 4.5 cents, 4.4 cents. Is that right?
Yes, the non-fuel variable cost is less than a penny compared to the 7.8 cents, 4.3 cents net effect rate.
And if we continued with this analysis, we'd see the same sort of pattern with rate 4 and rate 7, correct? That the net approved or net effective, we should really be calling net effective rate, is going to be in most instances quite a bit higher than the non-fuel variable cost.
It will be higher, yes.
And what's the rationale for that?
Why it's higher?
Yeah.
The rationale is that let's look at this rate 7 energy charge during the summer. The rationale that 0.02374, which is a net approved rate, is greater than the EP's non-fuel variable cost, is because there's costs embedded in that rate that go towards the recovery of the revenue requirements that were assigned to this rate class. So there's other costs involved in that.
Now,
Other,
oh, didn't mean to cut you off. Mr. Carrasco, I understand the position, and Mr. Provencio and Mr. Simpson both acknowledge it, but you say there are other costs. Now, did you actually quantify those other costs as being the difference between, for example, rate 2.374 cents and 0.841 cents? Have you actually gone and quantified that difference, or is this just a consequence of your arithmetic?
the cost is quantified in the approved rate. So the 0.03640 in that same row, all the costs are in that rate. And then when we subtract out the incentive credit, that provides a net approved rate of 0.02374 cents.
Well, let's look at this slightly differently. Would you agree that in the rate case, you did not include any billing determinants for projected EV charging?
That's correct. We didn't have any billing determinants for the electric vehicle charging.
So all of the EV charging load kilowatt hours are incremental. Is that right?
Yes.
And the issue that's, that you and Mr. Carrasco, Mr. Simpson and Mr. Provencio have touched upon is the fact that that there is some consumption when you go to the whole house model instead of the original rate 45 credit model, that there is some existing load during those late, early morning, late night, whatever you want to call it, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. hours. Is that right?
There is going to be consumption during those hours, or we can expect that there's going to be consumption during those hours that is other than EV charging. Right.
But does your calculation of the credits explicitly reflect any analysis of how much the consumption occurs during those hours and how much EPE is going to lose for that consumption during those hours? How much revenue the EP might lose during those hours?
Yeah, there's no expected number that we have as to how much revenue is going to get lost, because we're crediting non-EV charging consumption.
And that's what I was, and I think Mr. Simpson asked about that here, and I'm going to take you back to page 11 of the same rebuttal testimony. Page 11, line 11, starting at line 11. Adjusting those rates to, now we're again talking about what we're doing with the whole house rate. Adjusting those rates to EPE's non-fuel variable cost per kilowatt hour, as suggested by Mr. Provencio, would result in a loss of revenue that far exceeds what EPE has determined to be a reasonable amount. I think you just said that you haven't determined what the loss of revenue amount will be. Is that correct?
On a per unit basis, it'll be much more if we were to go with the incentive credit that's calculated as Mr. Provencio has suggested.
But Mr. Simpson's testimony, in his written testimony, referred to the financial loss. I'm asking you whether you've quantified the aggregate total loss that you're projecting here.
No, it's not quantified.
And so when you say it far exceeds what the company has determined to be a reasonable amount, what did the company determine to be a reasonable amount if you did it on some basis other than total revenues?
If we go back to exhibit 3R
Okay.
and just looking at the residential, first 600 kWh. What my understanding is, what Mr. Provencio is suggesting is that that net approved rate of 0.03413 get reduced even more so that it would equal the 0.00764.
Right.
Oh. So that means that most of the cost that is embedded into that approved rate of 0.06999 would be lost by EPE. That's what I mean by an amount that far exceeds what we think is reasonable. And EPE thinks that the 0.03586, which is in the second column under proposed incentive credit, that is a reasonable amount. To go further than that is not something that I would agree to.
And I'm looking for quantitative, substantive support for your opinions, Mr. Carrasco. Is there anything that's in the record of this case that shows us how many kilowatt hours, how many dollars are going to be at a reduced rate because they occurred between 12 a.m. and 8 a.m. in each of the classes?
I am not aware of any projection on a monthly basis that would allow me to do such a calculation.
And have you anything in this whole case, lots of testimony, that projects the company's incremental revenues under either under your approval? Have you taken into account, under your proposal, have you taken into account the incremental revenues of this new EV charging load, even at late at night?
No.
And do you understand that Mr. Provencio's recommendation is to use the non-fuel variable cost, essentially an incremental cost for the late night charges?
When I read Mr. Provencio's testimony, I found it confusing because at one point he does mention that it should be at or approximately to that non-fuel variable cost. But then there's another part in his testimony where he recognizes that there's other costs that need to be recovered through our rate. And he does mention that the net approved rate that we show here should be a amount that's greater than the non-fuel variable cost.
So, Mr. Carrasco, you the company, and you because you are Mr. As far as I know, you are the rate design for EPE and have been for a long, long time. The company has the data from which it could have calculated the impact of the whole house EV approach that Mr. Provencio raised the topic of. Is that right?
We do not, or I'm not aware of any data that would provide me how many kilowatt hours would be expected to get billed as electric vehicle charging.
Not the electric vehicle charge. I'm talking about that lost, the lost revenue associated with shifting some of the existing load, the existing nighttime load to a reduced rate as a kind of a tag along with the EV charging. That the company knows what its loads are on an hourly basis, right? That's data you have. That's the data the company has, and the interveners did not. Is that right?
The company has sample data of when consumption occurs for example, for our residential customer. So,
okay, good. So you didn't deem it necessary or appropriate or helpful to take that sample data and put some figures onto this slight loss that Mr. Provencio and Mr. Simpson acknowledged. Is that right?
That's right.
And you are aware that Ms. Arispe is anticipating 317 electric vehicles in the service territory over the course of this plan. Is that right?
If that's what's stated in your testimony, then yes.
And is it your expectation as a rate design person and an implementer of rates that every single customer who has an electric vehicle will jump on this rate and sign up? Is the incentive credit and do the paperwork that you're proposing to keep on record the fact that they own an EV and have an extra different meter installed and all that stuff to get onto this credit? Are you thinking that every single one of them will do that?
That's the expectation that there's that those customers will see the benefit of signing up for this incentive credit and taking advantage of it. Yes, that's the expectation.
So your expectation is all 300 some would do it. How many residential customers does the company have in New Mexico? Ballpark.
Yes, that we have about 90,000 residential customers.
So we're talking about 300 out of 90,000. Is that the impact of this credit rider? This credit, I think, is that the right term? Is that the impact of this credit rider, that 300 out of 90,000 customers will get an added benefit that does come from the company a little bit, but you haven't quantified? Is that what we're talking about?
Right.
Okay. I think, I think that's what I wanted to ask you about, but I did want to ask one follow-up question or a set of questions that Ms. Arispe deferred to you, and that's how do you see the reconciliation process for the rider occurring in terms of what information? The stipulation says that an advice notice after 13 months, an advice notice will be filed. What do you see the process of that being?
I think that it's reasonable to expect that there's going to be some possible testimony to attach to that advice notice. That way we can explain, okay, this is what happened, and these are the numbers, and here is rate 44 with the rate, the rider rate calculated as was described in the stipulation and even in my testimony.
And do you have a copy of the stipulation in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Actually, it's the one thing I printed on, just about the one thing I printed on papers. I thought maybe you were the same way.
Okay.
Good. Would you look at section 1.3.6? I discussed this with Mr. Uribe also.
Point 3.
Yeah, it's on page 5 of the STIP. It's 1.3.6.
Okay, 1.3.6. I'm there.
Would you just take a second to reread that?
Out loud?
No, to yourself.
Okay.
It's a long sentence. I don't want to,
Okay.
Okay.
I read it.
So, do you agree that the way this stipulation works, parties have agreed that there's going to be increased incentive amounts and increased administrative costs for the instant rebates and charger installation? And the parties have agreed, and I understand here that the parties have agreed that those costs are reasonable and prudent. But by accepting the stipulation, is it your understanding that when you file that compliance advice notice with some testimony, that the reasonableness of the additional administrative costs is something that is open for the commission to assess and other parties to challenge, other than the signatories?
In my opinion, yes, it's reasonable.
No, I'm asking is when by putting, will you put that information in there, in that rider, in that testimony that supports, not rider, that advice notice, in the testimony that supports the thing, will you put those numbers in there with the expectation that even though you believe they're reasonable, and even though the stipulating parties evidently, and I'll ask them myself, believe that upfront, without having seen the amounts, that they're reasonable and prudent, that the commission still has the authority to question whether they're reasonable and prudent and make a decision on that before the riders, before the, before the TP cost rider that was under the advice notice is approved?
I would expect that the commission would want to look at those numbers and to make sure that they are reasonable and prudent. I think similar processes done for energy efficiency programs and things like that. I don't see why this would be any different.
Thank you. I'm done, and I appreciate it, Mr. Carrasco. It's nice to see you again.
Okay, Mr. Black, you've reserved 5 minutes.
Thank you, hearing examiner Ryan. I have conferred with my clients, and we have no further questions of Senor Carrasco, and we thank him for his testimony.
Okay, Mr. Carrasco, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
Good. I'm going to ask you some questions. Yeah, I'll ask some questions, and I'll preface this by there's no stupid questions, just the people in the background who snicker at them when they're asked. So you just have to play along with me here. I'm curious. I want to start with the question about the rider, or I have some questions about the rider itself. So it says that this is a 2.4.2.3 of GA1ST. If you want to pull it up, that'd be maybe useful. That's Ms. Azripe's testimony.
Okay, just
support of the stipulation.
give me a minute here. Of her exhibit, EP exhibit number,
Which is Miss Esrithe's stip testimony. So it's,
not the rebuttal, the actual,
yeah.
okay, exhibit 3 is what I'm thinking.
Yep. And then where in it is the, so if you're on a PDF document, it's a PDF page 1122. Okay, so it's PDF page 34 of 73.
Okay, yes.
Page 11 of 22, modifications to proposed rate number 44 TEP cost rider. We're looking at that page together.
Yes, I'm there.
So at that 2.4.2.2, it says EPE will file a compliance advice notice for rate 44 no later than 13 months after the evidence of EPE's TEP programs to recover the actual TEP costs incurred during the first 12 months of this program. This is all happening within the context of there being an approval of a regulatory asset.
Correct.
And just what I want to ask you is, start with the first question is why is the regulatory asset the most beneficial way forward? And I'm not asking you to divulge confidential information of the, why would you see it as a beneficial way forward? Rather than the rider that was originally produced or proposed.
What I think is beneficial of waiting for 13 months is that we now know exactly how much our actual TEP costs are, rather than going with a forecasted or budgeted number. And I think it's more, it'll be easier to calculate that number and pass on those actual costs to our customers.
Was part of the thinking that, if I understand correctly, with the original rider proposal, that rider would kick in as soon as the TEP was approved by the commission, and then you would begin collecting from customers pursuant to the rider. And if there's a great underutilization of the programs themselves, you'd effectively be collecting money that hasn't been spent. Was that part of the thinking?
It would have shown that if there was an underspending of the budgeted amount that went into the rider calculation, then in the first 12 months, you could say that there was a overcollection, and then through the reconciliation process, that amount would be returned to the customer.
Returned. Yeah, but I guess that's, so one of the questions I have for you, sir, is I understand that there's a case law on the commission that they disapprove of regulatory assets. And the reason they disapprove of regulatory assets involves the interest payments that are associated with the creation of a regulatory asset. And I won't ask you to confirm that or not, but as far as I understand what's trying to be attempted here, what seems to be the goal of this proposal, and you can tell me if I'm just misunderstand, is to avoid the possibility that EPA is on the front side collecting expenses that are not being spent. They're going to produce a regulatory asset. There might be some interest, but then there'll be reconciliation. And that's the next question I have here is, okay, well, let me just stop there. Have I said something accurate? I mean, is my basic description of what's going on in this correct, or have I not understood correctly?
What I understood, what you said is correct.
Okay. And so then this next provision here, 2.4.2.3, starting on the first day of the 13th month of this program, EPE will reconcile the recorded TEP expenses and TEP rider revenues on a monthly basis and use the net amount to calculate the cumulative balance in the regulatory asset to apply carrying charges. I may have used the word interest earlier, but I should have used the word carrying charges, I realize now. I'm trying to understand what that means right there. Can you explain?
So the first 12 months, right? The company is going to be incurring costs. There's not going to be any revenue tied to it yet. So the first 12 months, we are going to record whatever those costs are. We're going to be adding some carrying charges, and that's described in 2.4.2.1. And then once we get a rider in place, now we're going to have a revenues coming in. So now we have both costs and revenues coming in, so that the net amount of that is what's going to be added or probably subtracted from that cumulative balance, with the intent that at the end of a 2-year period, that balance will have approached zero balance.
Okay,
and as that balance is decreasing, there's still going to be some carrying charges applied to it. And of course, as the balance decrease, the carrying charges will also be decreasing.
So is the idea that if you match up the expenses and the revenues, there shouldn't be carrying charges?
No, that's
No.
not what this is saying. I mean, there's going to be there's still going to be carrying charges applied to whatever balance remains after we net out the revenues that are coming in each month. Sharon Examiner, I kind of included an example. I did include an example in my exhibit. Yes, and EP exhibit 11.
Okay.
And it's exhibit MC 6ST, page 2 of 3.
Okay.
So that right there shows, like, let's say everything, the program is approved and it's allowed to take effect in September. So we're going to be incurring costs. That's what the A column is.
Yep.
And then in October of next year, 2022, is when we start collecting revenues.
Okay.
And then if you go over, so now we have, we're going to be building up a balance, as you can see. It's about in the $300,000 range. And then we're going to be adding about $90 worth of carrying charges to that balance. And as you can see, starting with September, there's a carrying charge that's increasing because the balance is increasing, right?
Okay.
And then as revenues start coming in and we're bringing that balance down, then that carrying charge decreases to almost zero. And at the same time, the whole balance is recovered through those cost rider revenues.
And if I understand correctly, the regulatory asset will exist in perpetuity, is that right?
that, I do not know. I think if it works how it's intended here, I don't see why we wouldn't keep it and keep doing it. It's probably something that probably should be discussed in the next TEP filing as to how do we handle it, and is it working good the way we have it, or should we change it?
Yeah, and I guess part of my question really was, it seems to me that what's trying to be done here is to kind of deal with the uncertainty of just how heavily utilized the programs will be. Is that correct?
Yes, it depends on how that's.
Yeah, and so the question becomes, if there does get certainty, if there is more certainty moving forward, why not just treat this with a rider? And I suppose the answer is, well, there's always going to be a certain degree of uncertainty because it's unclear how the population will react to EVs really for the foreseeable future, right?
Yes, we'll see in a couple of years.
Right, okay. Okay, that's all my questions about that part of this. So if we could go to your rebuttal to opposition of stipulation testimony.
Okay.
Remember which exhibit is that of the EPE? I can't recall. That is your 13, I believe, yes?
Yes, EP Exhibit 13.
So on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
There was a little bit of discussion of this previously, but you write there at pages 3 through 6, whole home electric vehicle rate rider incentive credit customers will not be charged for the additional cost of new meters, even though existing meters will need to be changed to time of use meters. My basic question is, what was the thinking behind this? And I believe you already explained to Mr. Simpson, you saw this as part of a way of incentivizing that this was a benefit to customers.
That is correct. That's what I mentioned. Yes.
So that you would waive the expenses and whatever that would come with that. That's the company's willing to do that.
Correct.
Mr. Simpson was asking you about MC2R and your response. Could we just go through that together? I think it might be just easiest to put up on screen. And I was wondering if you could just walk me through what your chart is intended to show. And so I highlighted the rate 3 because you said in your testimony that according to Mr. Simpson's calculations, this is what you wrote at, and I won't ask you to look at it, but this is what you wrote at page 10 of your testimony. I'm sorry, this is responding to Mr. Provencio, not Mr. Simpson. The exhibit shows that most net approved rates, which is the commission approved rate less the proposed incentive credit, is a higher rate than the super off-peak energy charges from the, I might be asking you the wrong. Okay, no, can we go up to page 10? Let's just do that first of your testimony.
Okay, so I'm on page 10.
Now, page 10 of your rebuttal to opposition to stipulation. And at that question, Mr. Provencio states that the WHEV credit should result in a higher rate than the pure EV charging super off-peak charging rate. And you go on to say, and you say, you're not sure what he means. Regardless, I prepared exhibit MC2R, which may address what I think are Mr. Provencio's concerns in these statements. The exhibit shows that most net approved rates, and then you have a parentheses there I'll just skip over, is a higher rate than the super off-peak energy charge rates from the amendment exhibit A. Some are equal and a few are less than the super off-peak energy charge rate. And actually this is referring to MC3R, which is this is where I got confused.
Yeah, this is where we corrected my reference exhibit.
So can you just walk me through using this chart what you meant by what you're saying there and show me how your chart here demonstrates what you've said in that statement?
Sure. So going back to the amounts that you highlighted.
Well, that's 2R, so we can't do that. We have to go to 3R.
Well, we look at 3R. I mean, we could look at that same rate. So what I'm showing for rate, and I'm on MC3R, okay?
Okay.
I'm in rate 3, small general service, standard. I'm looking at the summer energy rate, okay? So I'm showing that the commission approved rate in the summer is 0.03963, okay? And then the column immediately to the right of that amount is what we are proposing for the stipulation that the incentive credit be 0.00267. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the net approved rate, which is, this is just math. It's just math here.
You're subtracting it, right?
Is that it's a 0.03696. So I'm saying that in his testimony, Mr. Provencio suggested that the whole home EV rate should result in a higher rate than the pure EV charging super off-peak charging rate. He does not define what pure EV charging super off-peak charging rate is. But let's assume that he means that it's the commission approved super off-peak energy rate. And that rate is 0.00764. Right?
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that based on what Mr. Provencio is suggesting, that the credit result in a higher rate. I'm saying that, and by higher rates, I'm identifying that as the net approved rate, which in this case, it's 0.03696. And I'm saying, well, that meets Mr. Provencio's criteria, right? It is higher than the pure off-peak, super off-peak energy rate of 0.00764.
Okay.
That's what I meant in my answer in page 10. I'm just saying that the table, the exhibit here shows that that it does meet Mr. Provencio's criteria that it be a higher rate than the super off-peak energy rate.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. This is actually the question I meant to ask you about the MC2R. So I'm going to pull this, share my screen. You can just look at the testimony together.
Okay.
So this is your testimony at page 5. Mr. Simpson's recommended incentive credit rate exceeds this incremental generation cost per kilowatt hour. Exhibit MC2R. To observe the resulting incentive credit rates under Mr. Simpson's proposal, I prepared MC2R, and that's accurate. Using Mr. Simpson's logic, the incentive credit rates for rate numbers 3 and 4 are less than those proposed in the stipulation, while the incentive credit for rate number 7 is the same as proposed in the stipulation. And I was wondering if you could just kind of do the same thing with me you just did and walk through 2, and I'll scroll down to 2R. You can just tell me.
What I mean by that?
Yeah, and I highlighted 3 so you can show me how that works, what you're saying there.
Yeah, so using, looking at exhibit 2R, and rate 3, standard rate, if I, the way that how I understood Mr. Simpson was describing that the logic should work is that, and now I'm looking at the non-summer rate, where Mr. Simpson suggested, hey, let's make sure that we have a year-round incentive credit that results in a net approved rate that's not lower than the non-fuel variable cost, which is, in this case, it's 0.00971. So in order to get that net approved rate to equal 0.00971, then we would have to reduce the commission approved rate of 0.01152 by an incentive credit of 0.00181.
Okay.
So then now you need to compare that to exhibit MC3R for that same rate. And I'm saying that our rate, the proposed rate incentive credit is 0.00267, which is an amount that's greater than what I calculated using Mr. Simpson's logic.
So your position at the end of the day is the stipulating parties incentive credit is effectively a greater benefit to this particular rate class, looking at rate 3.
Yes.
Okay, I understood that. I mean, you've walked it through me. I'm gonna have to just sit around and think about these things. That's why I'm asking you. I'm not expecting to understand all at this very moment, but I'm allowing you to just explain and go through it, and that's the final answer you're giving now. So effectively, Mr. Simpson's proposal is less beneficial, which would sort of counter to his thinking. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
That's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah. Okay. Stop that. When you refer throughout your testimony, sir, to incremental generation cost, can you just define that for me, what you mean by that?
Yes, I will. What the company has used in when it's determining its time of day type of rates, and more specifically the energy, the on-peak energy charge. What we have used has been a what we term here as an incremental generation cost. And what that is that we are taking the cost of one of our peaking units, specifically Rio Grande 9. And then we determine how much on a per kW year that unit, the cost of that unit is. And we use that as a basis to calculate what we have estimated to be a cost during the highest times of the day that our system is operating at. So, and we use that incremental generation cost as a basis to price what that cost is during those peak hours of the peak days of the peak months. That's what that is used for.
Okay, so when you said in your testimony in support of the stipulation, I think this is, I don't remember which one. Yes, it's Exhibit 11, page 3. At the top there, it says the originally proposed rate 45 incentive credit was based on EP's incremental generation cost of $110.50 per kilowatt year from EB's rebuttal cost of service. I don't need to read all of that.
Yes.
But then down to the bottom, and it says at line 16, the incentive credit is now based on the incremental generation cost, unit costs, and rates from the cost of service and rate design approved by the commission in EP's rate case. Could you just explain, when you said those two things, can you just describe what more clearly for me anyway, what the difference then is?
Yes, the amount that's mentioned in line 3 of that same page, 110, and that is what we APE calculated in its rebuttal cost of service. And then what I mean down in line 17, I'm saying that, okay, we now have what the commission has approved as an appropriate revenue requirement for EP, for the company. And that $110 has been adjusted to reflect this new revenue requirement that the commission has approved us.
Okay.
So that's what I'm intending in line 17, that it's been updated for that.
At page 4 there, at lines 9 through 12, you write, this is regards to the methodology EP followed to propose the whole home electric vehicle rate rider incentive credit. And you clarify lines 9 through 12. In no case was the amount of incentive credit rate such that each rate class's net energy charge during a super off-peak period is less than EP's variable operations and maintenance cost per kilowatt hour, nor was it greater than the incremental generation cost per kilowatt hour.
Right.
You're trying to basically create a price structure that is in between two things, and I'm just trying to get clear in my mind what that means. Like, why are you positioning in between those two things? If you could just kind of explain that further for me.
What I'm mean with that is that the incentive credit should not be greater than what the cost that the company is avoiding for a new generation unit, right? And what I have determined that cost to be this incentive incremental generation cost. That's what I'm thinking. That yes, we're trying to incentivize customers to power up or consume their EV charging during those super off-peak periods. So I'm saying that there's no, we should not, and that it's reasonable that that credit should not exceed what is costing the company for the incremental generation cost. That's what I mean with that. But then I also mean that that credit shouldn't result in our variable O&M cost per kWh. It should not result in that net approved rate that's lower than that cost. And so in the proposal that we're making for the stipulation for this whole home EV rate, we have both extremes there. I mean, some of these incentive credits are priced at or very near that non-fuel variable cost, or in other words, the variable O&M cost per kWh. But then that incentive credit should also not exceed what we think is a reasonable amount based on that incremental generation cost per kWh. I mean, that's those are the bands that I think we should be working at. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much. So moving on to page 5 there, you have a chart. And the question is, how do the stipulated whole home electric vehicle rate rider incentive credits compare to the incentive credits proposed under, and I believe you mean their originally proposed rate number 45. Is that right?
Yes, those are the original proposed incentive credits.
So you're just trying to basically show for a person like what's the benefit of the newly proposed rate 45 in the stipulation, right?
Right.
And so that 130.1% number there, you're saying that it's a greater credit for the residential service, huh?
Yes. So it's a greater credit than what we had originally proposed.
And how come the other ones? I mean, there's some that come into the negative territory. Why did that happen? I mean, I'm not asking you to disclose information. I'm just curious, like, it was better for some classes, but not for others, it appears, according to this.
That is the result of our of the commission's final order as far as to how much our revenue requirement was allowed for the company.
Okay. On page 6 there, I believe Mr. Simpson brought your attention to this, and I actually wanted to ask the same question. It actually goes from 5 to 6. It's the sentence that you've talked about already. And the words that I'm most curious begin with the maximum on the very top of 6. The maximum amount EPE has determined to be reasonable for the incentive. And you've got on the incentive credit rate for rates 3, 4, and 7 are set equal to the difference between the off-peak energy charge and the super off-peak energy charge of each rate class listed, and which does not result in a net energy charge during the super off-peak period that is less than EP's variable operations and maintenance costs. And this sentence very much reminds me of the one we just talked about a moment ago, actually, now that we're talking about all this. Can you just unpack this a little bit for me, what you're saying here? I know you did it with Mr. Simpson, but I'm going to ask you to do it again.
And this one, we're going back to that, the minimum and the maximum that we're saying that it should be a proper incentive credit. Some of those rates are at the incentive credit rate are at the difference between the off-peak energy charge and the super off-peak energy charge, or the EPE's non-fuel variable cost. That's what that's saying.
Okay, I'm just going to let you make the statement, and I'll have to just think about it later. I was hoping to get you to address some of what Mr. Provencio has testified to in this case. So perhaps you're familiar with his testimony, I assume, yeah?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. All right, well, then perhaps we should just bring it up then. So if you could go to, let's open Mr. Provencio's testimony. Testimony of Jose Provencio in opposition to stipulation. So this is going to be CLC Exhibit 5.
Okay.
And then, do you have that open?
Yes.
Let's see why. Okay. So if we could go to Mr. Provencio's statements, Mr. Provencio's testimony, page 35. That brings us to PDF page 37.
Okay.
At line 6 there, he says, it should be understood that while the whole home electric vehicle, whole service electric vehicle rate riders proposed in the stipulation are somewhat responsive to the issues raised in my direct testimony, the city did not propose a specific rate, whole home, whole service. I assume you disagree with that because you've mentioned in later portions of your testimony that that's just incorrect. Your response, if I understand correctly, you've proposed this whole home electric vehicle rate directly in response to that suggestion as it came from Mr. Provencio.
That is correct. Trying to be responsive.
And then down on line 14 there, he says, the core of my critique of proposed rate 45 was that the EV charging credit should be set to result in a net rate during the super off-peak period that reflects the rationale behind the way the super off-peak rate under original rate 42, and then there are no more words. It's an incomplete sentence. I don't understand that. And then he says the rate 45 credits proposed by EPE in its application did not meet that standard and were not designed to do so. I just like you to address that. What do you believe he is what he's saying there? And then what is your response to that?
I had a very hard time with that question and answer that he has on here. So I kind of continued reading his testimony, and this is where I determined that, okay, I think this is what he means here. And looking at the next page, page 36. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Where was it? Okay. Okay, no. Okay. It's actually page 37, and this is what I thought that he was meaning with that. In line 16 through line 19.
Good, I have this needs clarification in big letters right there. So tell me what you think that means.
To me, that means that he is suggesting that whatever that whole home EV credit is, it should result in a net approved rate, which is in one of my exhibit MC3R, should result in a rate higher than the pure EV charging super off-peak rate. And so what I had intended and what the purpose of that exhibit MC3R was to see if what we have proposed in the stipulation as a incentive credit, is it meeting this criteria here that Mr. Provencio is referring to? And just to prove that it does meet it, and it does. So that's what I thought that maybe that's what he was intending to say here. And that's one of the reasons that I mentioned in my testimony. It's a little confusing, or Mr. Provencio is a very smart guy. I think he's a great guy. But I don't know if maybe it's just me that is having a hard time understanding what he's saying, but I thought that I was able to prove that what we have proposed here is what he thinks it should be, and yeah, and that's my answer there.
Okay. So if we can just go back to page 30, oh no, it's actually on 36. Are we on, we were already there. So page 36 of Mr. Provencio's testimony.
Yes, I'm there.
The answer at the top there, he writes, in case 2104, the commission approved a super off-peak energy rate for all EV charging through a separate meter. That, as explained above, represented EP's non-fuel variable cost of energy. That cost, as shown in commission's final orders, is 0.00764. The fact that EP's non-fuel variable cost of energy does not vary substantially from rate class to rate class is demonstrated by the class super off-peak period rates for rate 42 originally proposed in this case. I guess what I'm addressing is, do you agree with the assertions that he's making here?
We can, by looking at, if we go back to MC3R, we can see that there are, the numbers do, in fact, not vary a whole lot on a per kWh basis. So it is true. It doesn't vary a whole lot.
Okay.
And if we look at MC.
Well, and that's fine. If you agree and you think that's represented on MC3R, I think that's an adequate answer. I want to ask you to go through it all together.
Yes, it does not vary a whole lot on a per unit basis.
Okay, moving to Mr. Provencio's testimony at, I have to pull it back up. Where did it go? Here it is. 37 there. So down a page. At line 9, why then are the proposed whole home, whole service electric vehicle rider credits not satisfactory to the city? And he says, as described, they do not comport with the principle that EV charging incentive rates should be set at the utility's non-fuel variable cost of energy. And if you could just respond to that. I mean, there's been some discussion about this, I know, and I don't want to belabor it to death, but can you just say, if that's one of his core objections, what is your basic response to that?
My response to that is that that it contradicts what he says in lines 16 through 19. So he's saying in line 12, he's saying that it should be set at the non-fuel variable cost, and then down lower in that same answer, he says that it should be resulting in a rate that's higher than the super off-peak charging rate, which is equivalent to the non-fuel variable cost of energy. So it kind of conflicts. My response as well is that for some rates, we have set the incentive credit such that the net approved rate is at or very close to the company's non-fuel variable cost. But for some other rate classes, we do have a incentive credit that results in a net approved rate that's higher than the super off-peak energy charge. So my response is that, well, we're proposing both things that he is suggesting in this answer right here.
Okay. That's all of my questions, sir. If there's anybody would like to redirect Mr. Carrasco? Ms. Stevens, we don't have a ton of time, but I'm happy to.
Yeah, I just have a few questions on your questions.
Sure, so is 5 minutes adequate or do you need more?
Yeah, no, I think that should do it. I don't know whether it's better to go backwards or forward. What does does anybody have a preference as to most recent or starting from the top? I'm gonna go to just take it from the top, Mr. Carrasco. At the pretty early in his questioning, Mr. Hearing Examiner asked you about the fact that about the writer, and you testified looking at your exhibit, which I was trying to keep open here and I probably lost, the exhibit that showed which one was your direct, the exhibit that showed I think it's a direct, the exhibit that showed the comparison, the TP,
Yeah, the rate rider compares the carrying charge thing. Yeah.
I thought that
I
was
forget
in the
what that was.
direct, but now I'm not seeing it, so I'm gonna have to look somewhere else. It must have been in the supplemental in support of the anyway. That it must be. Oh, that was in the supplemental. The testimony in support of the stipulation because you were explaining the stipulation. So that would be in 11, and that's this is 6.
Here it is. It's PDF 56 of 62.
Yeah, MC6ST.
Yeah.
And I'd like to also direct you to the stipulation section or paragraph 1.2.1.
Hold on, I'm trying to catch up. MC6ST. That's
MC6,
okay.
are you with us there? I know that Mr. Ryan is and I am.
Okay, and then
And
stipulation.
then the stipulation 1.2.1. And your exhibit shows that the cost, the actual TEP cost will just plain stop in August of 2023. Is that right?
Let's see. Yes.
I may need more than 5 minutes given the difficulty finding documents.
I'm sorry, where are you looking?
I'm looking at Mr. Carrasco's testimony in support of the stipulation, EPE 11, page 56 of the PDF. It's exhibit MC-6T, and also in the stipulation itself, which is Ms. Arispe's exhibit, but I happen to have printed it.
1.1ST.
1.2.1, it's page 4 of the stipulation, towards the bottom of page 4 of the typed out stipulation.
Can you just give me the page number of exhibit MC6ST? I'm working off of paper copies.
Oh, I don't know what, well.
At the top it says page 1 of 3, page 2 of 3.
It's
2 of 3. 2 of 3.
Okay.
MC6ST
Oh, I'm sorry,
2 of 3.
2 of 3. And then are you with, is everybody together on the section 1.2.1 of the stipulation? So Mr. Carrasco, the MC6ST does show actual TEP costs stopping in August of 2023. And then you testified to the hearing examiner that it will eventually net out, so there won't be carrying charges. I'm asking you to look at 1.2.1, and is it the intent of 1.2.1 that the programs will continue until a new TEP is approved, which is, Ms. Arispe testified that she was projecting that to be the end of 2023,
Right.
the end of 2023 or the early 2024. Does this cut off here in September or August? September. Was this a reflection of the old terms or the new terms in this 1.2.1 and just a difference in your expected date of the new
Yeah,
order?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In exhibit MC6ST, all I'm doing is providing an example of how we're going to recover 2 years worth of costs. So we're saying that over 2 years, starting in September, we're going to be incurring some type of TEP cost. And so I wanted to point out the process that we would go through in bringing that balance, $568,500 worth, down to a zero balance over 2 years. That's all it's intended to do. It's not. I'm not tying it at all to 1.21 of the stipulation. All I'm doing is giving you an example of how the process will work or should work, so that we ensure that all those costs are recovered for the 2 years worth of programs.
And to what extent does this, is this hypothetical, or does this attempt to to reflect the modification to the TEP term in this 1.2.1 that kind of sort of makes the whole process a rolling one, so that there is not an actual stoppage point where you would stop the programs, but what you depict here is that you stop the programs but keep collecting the money. If you don't stop the programs, what happens then? Do you have a second rider at some point that overlaps this, or is this just the bottom part of this just not really representative? The bottom,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to.
The bottom part of MC.
Wait, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Olson's trying to object. Ms. Olson, go ahead.
That was a really, really, really long statement, and I'm not sure what the question is, so I object to the form of the question.
So Ms. Stevens, if you could rephrase
Okay.
it.
Looking at MC6ST, if the purpose of 1.2.1 is to maintain some sort of continuity from program to program, is this lower part after the cost cutoff, after the cost end, after August 2023, is that truly representative of the accumulating costs and the accumulating balances?
I'm going to object. I think the witness has already answered that this is a hypothetical demonstrating how cost collection would occur over 2 years.
I agree that was the answer. And Ms. Stevens, I reset your time for 5 minutes, and now you're on to 9 minutes. So you have about 2 minutes time, and I'm not trying to rush you along, but we have to make other stuff happen. So
yeah, on the question of meters, that was Exhibit 13, page 4. It's about waiving the cost of new meters. Was your response to Mr. Simpson? Is it correct that when you say you're waiving the cost of new meters, means you're not going to attempt to collect those costs from the individual customer, but they still end up going into the company's rate base at some point?
There is no reason why those costs should be excluded from rate base. So yes, they will be included in rate base.
So it's a timing question, not a recovery.
That's correct.
And in terms of your methodology for, just one last question, in terms of your methodology for creating the incentive, and my notes here say the maximum amount that EP has determined to be reasonable for the incentive. Are you aware of any other utility in New Mexico or in other jurisdiction that has proposed such a methodology and gotten it approved by a regulatory commission?
An incentive credit? I don't know.
Your method of incentive credit, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any utility that is offering such an incentive credit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for your forbearance.
Yeah. All right, so is there anything further? Yes, Ms. Souls?
Yes, I did have a couple of, I don't know what we're at, recross, based on your questions to Mr. Carrasco.
Redirect, yeah. So is there anyone else who's going to want to speak with Mr. Carrasco?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm not intending to have any redirect, but I won't waive that until I hear all of the cross-examination of my witness.
Sure, yes. Okay, so how long would you need, Ms. Souls?
I believe this is fairly straightforward. It should be 5 minutes or less.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Carrasco, hello. I'd like you to go to your exhibit EPE 11, that exhibit in it that is MC-6ST that we've been talking about the TEP rider.
Yes.
Would you agree that if the TEP cost rider revenues were moved up to begin September 2021, that they would pretty well recover directly in a fairly equal amount the amount of the actual TEP costs you represented?
Of course, this is a hypothetical example, right? So it's the numbers would be different here. It's, in other words, we're not going to take that 21,899 and just move it up to 2021. It would definitely be a different number that would go there.
So you would calculate based on the size of the TEP that is approved using your energy forecast, kind of in the same way you created this, would you not?
Yes, yes.
And it would avoid that 12-month lag that I'm failing to see the advantage. Would you agree that it would avoid the 12-month lag?
It would avoid a 12-month lag. The reconciliation process still has to take place. Would have to base that TEP rider on forecasted amounts instead of actual amounts over 12 months. So yes, it would avoid that 12-month lag.
And am I correct that when you do a reconciliation, I know you do this for some other riders, that you're still forecasting the amount of energy, for example, or so you would base it on forecasts anyway, is that correct?
That is correct. We would have to use whatever we expect.
So the other thing I'd like to follow up on is related to your extensive testimony, EPE 13, and these two charts, MC-2R and MC-3R.
Yes.
And Mr. Carrasco, you've represented MC-2R as including Mr. Philip Simpson's proposed incentive credit. Did you consult with him as to what those numbers are?
The 0.04740 is an amount that that he mentions it in his testimony, and I know what it is. And then the calculation for anything that's not 0.04740 is using what I understood his logic to be.
So those numbers that are not 0.04740 would be more properly characterized as Carrasco's interpretation of Mr. Simpson? Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you pointed to his suggestion 0.04740, and yet on exhibit MC-3R, you don't use that value anywhere. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so let's talk about MC-3R. In conjunction with this exhibit, you regularly reference Mr. Provencio and his proposals and intent. Did Mr. Provencio provide input to this chart in any way?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, anything, Ms. Olson? For Mr. Carrasco, in light of that?
I have no redirect to asset, Mr. Carrasco. After a very long day, be excused.
Very good. Mr. Carrasco, thank you for joining us today, sir. You are excused. Why don't we take a break and come back at 3:15? No, my computer's wrong. It's 3:09, so we'll come back at 3:20 with Mr. Madsen.
How you doing, Travis?
Well, thank you.
Good. We have to quit meeting like this.
Okay, it is 3:20. We're now moving on to other interview. After the other stipulating parties. Ms. Swan, we're back on the record? Good, so CCAE.
CCAE calls Travis Madsen.
Mr. Mattson, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Madsen.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name, please?
It's Travis Madsen, TravisMadsen.
And what is your job title?
I'm the Transportation Program Director at the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project.
And how long have you had that position?
2.5 years.
Could you tell me on whose behalf are you testifying?
I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for Clean and Affordable Energy.
Do you have before you what has been marked for identification as CCAE Exhibit 1?
I do.
Could you please tell me what is it?
It's my direct testimony in this case.
Was that exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to CCAE Exhibit 1?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that are found in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are the answers correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I move to admit CCAE Exhibit 1.
Any objections? Exhibit will be admitted.
Do you have before you another CCAE Exhibit 2, Mr. Madsen?
I do.
And could you tell me what is it?
It's my testimony in support of the stipulation in this case.
Was that exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to CCAE Exhibit 2?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that are in CCAE Exhibit 2, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are the answers correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
I move to admit CCAE Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
Any objections? CCAE 2 is admitted.
Do you have one additional exhibit before you, Mr. Madsen?
I do.
And could you, is that the joint Exhibit 1 by Prosperity Works and CCAE?
Yeah, and in response to the order requiring supplemental testimony.
Okay, and what is the caption of that document, CCAE and PW Joint Exhibit 1?
Joint testimony of Ona Porter and Travis Madsen in response to order requiring supplemental testimony filed on July 19th.
All right. Was that exhibit prepared by you and Ms. Porter or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to CCAE Exhibit 1?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt I'm sorry, not CCAE Exhibit. Let me back up here. Prosperity Works, CCAE Joint Exhibit 1. And
Yes, that's my testimony.
okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to make to that exhibit?
No, I do not.
Okay. And do you adopt that as your testimony?
Yes, I do.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that are in CCAE Prosperity Works Joint Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are the answers correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I would move to admit CCAE Prosperity Works Joint Exhibit number 1.
Ms. Gerson, do you you're authorize Mr. Madsen to admit this exhibit on your client's behalf as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any objections to the admission of this exhibit? That exhibit, the joint exhibit, will be admitted.
With that, I pass the witness.
Mr. Madsen goes first to Ms. Souls for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Hello, Mr. Madsen.
Hello.
I'm Mary Lee Souls. I'm participating as a pro se party in this case. Mr. Madsen, would you go to your testimony in support of the stipulation? It's identified as CCAE Exhibit 2 on page 10.
All right, let me pull up page 10. Okay, I'm looking at page 10.
And beginning at line 17, where you're addressing the question of the TEP cost rider, and you state that the terms of the stipulation reflect a satisfactory compromise that resolves concerns over whether or not EPE would have to re-notice this proceeding with a different rider amount if the commission were to approve a budget increase. Is that your testimony?
That is my testimony.
And why would EPE have to re-notice this proceeding with a different rider amount if the commission were to approve a budget increase?
I think that's a legal question. I'm not a lawyer. It was something that came up during the discussion that seemed to be one of the reasons why this rider change ended up in the final agreement. But not being a lawyer, I can't speak to what would trigger the requirement to renotice a proceeding or not.
Does the stipulation result in a different rider amount than what was noticed?
Yes, it does. And I think the rider amount would depend on the expenditures on TEP programs over the course of the first year after it's authorized.
And so describe your understanding, if you would, of how the stipulation affects the rider amount.
My understanding is that EPE would launch the programs, make expenditures, track those expenditures in an account, and then collect recovery in a rider based on the actual amount spent with a true-up process that probably would occur on an annual basis over time.
And would the collection of the rider occur at the beginning of the approved TEP programs?
My understanding is that it would occur after expenditures have been made.
And by deferring the collection of the rider, does that shorten or lengthen the period when the rider would be collected?
I don't think it would have any effect on the duration of the rider.
Would you please elaborate on that?
So my expectation based on the stipulation is that transportation electrification activities will become a core part of EPE's business moving forward, and that these programs, if authorized by the commission, will continue until a new TEP modifies or adjusts them in a future case, but that transportation electrification activities will be a core part of the business of the utility moving forward without interruption.
By deferring the collection of the rider, does that increase or decrease the likely amount to be collected each month?
I don't think I can say for sure whether it increases or decreases the amount. I think it would depend on demand for the programs and actual expenditures made.
Would you agree that it could increase or decrease the likely amount?
It could. If the expenditures are less than the budgeted amount, that would decrease the rider compared to what it was originally proposed as. If the budget were increased because of higher customer demand, then there would be a higher rider.
So would you agree then that trying to protect against a different rider amount is not something that's reasonable, even with the terms of the stipulation? Would you agree with that?
I don't understand that question. Can you rephrase it for me?
Did I hear you say that you expect that the rider amount would be somewhat different from whatever was proposed and noticed because of these variables?
Based on the terms of the stipulation, EP is basically offering to finance the first year of TEP programs, recovering a very modest carrying charge on the expenditures, and then recovering those amounts based on actual expenditures. I think that the actual amount on the rider under the terms of the stipulation will depend on demand for the programs in the first year of the TEP after it's approved.
Have you, you said you hadn't reviewed the notice itself, was that correct?
No, that's incorrect. I reviewed the notice.
You did review the notice. Then you're aware that at paragraph 10 of that notice, it states, the commission's final order in this case may change, include increase EPE's proposed budget, EPE's rates and incentive credits, and may change the rate classes to which EPE's TEP cost rider would apply, correct?
That's what the notice says, yes.
Would you agree that the notice provides the commission with the option of increasing EPE's proposed budget in this case without new notice or a new proceeding?
That's implied by the notice, but again, I'm not a lawyer, and I would have to defer to my counsel for an answer on where the commission's authority extends to in that regard.
And would CCAE oppose an increase to EPE's TEP budget?
No. In fact, the stipulation offers a mechanism by which EP could request a higher authorized amount to spend on any of the programs or the TEP as a whole if demand exceeds 75% of the proposed budget.
Are you referring to the provision for an increase of 15% over the defined budget amount? Is that what you're referring to?
No, that's the budget flexibility provision in the stipulation. What I'm referring to is the, I'd have to look at the stipulation to remember exactly what paragraph, but the stipulation states that if EP spends 75% of the approved budget of any of the programs, they can request an increase from the commission.
And is it your understanding that they could request an increase that would result in an overall budget greater than the, what is it, 500 and whatever that number is, 568,500?
Yes, I believe the terms of the stipulation do not put a firm cap on the program, and if customer demand emerges, EP will be able to adjust its TEP under the terms of the stipulation to meet that demand. It's one of the reasons why CCAE signed on to the stipulation.
So am I correct that CCAE, if let's say that the DCFC program was wildly successful and there was enough demand to justify an increase, say, of $1 million, would CCAE think that that was a good thing and support the commission making that approval?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I'd have to look at the specifics of what wildly successful meant, but
$1 million more.
Well, I mean, assuming there is demand for $1 million more of DCFC and there's customers, demanding this and using it, then sure. I think that then that would also go for any of the other elements of the budget. As I described in my direct testimony, CCAE believes that increased transportation electrification is in the best interests of EP's customers, the public as a whole, and the utility itself, and doing more of it is better. And I think that one of the key challenges that the company is going to have to grapple with is, I think, doing what it can to generate that additional demand. And this initial plan, as described in the stipulation, I think gives them a reasonable on-ramp to initiate programs, start making progress, see where the initial areas of high customer demand emerge, and then respond to them.
Would you say CCAE joined this stipulation partly based on your understanding that the budget could be expanded beyond that 15% in a hypothetical scenario that we just discussed?
Yes, that element of the stipulation was important to CCAE.
Thank you. I have no more questions for you today. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Very good. We move to Mr. Simpson. You've reserved 15 minutes.
Your Honor, thank you. But Mary Lee has covered all the questions I wanted to discuss, so I have no further questions. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Stevens, you've requested 10 minutes.
I think you're on mute, Ms. Stevens.
I am trying to find it. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Metz, and I'm Anastasia Stevens, and I think we've spoken on the phone, but I don't think I've seen you in person, sort of in person.
Good to see you.
Good to see. Let's start with your testimony in support of the stipulation, CCA Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And at page 7, you start talking about rate design, kind of in general terms.
Yeah, all right.
And I know that now we've reached the point where rate 42 is no longer an issue, but so I'll ask you about the incentive credits. Did CCAE review the incentive credits in Mr. Carrasco's testimony in support of the stipulation before you filed this testimony here supporting those credit rider amounts?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, when you filed this testimony on the 6th of July, had you actually reviewed the physical, Mr. Carrasco, as you saw a few minutes ago, he actually added new tariffs in his testimony in support of the stipulation. I'm just asking whether you, CCAE, reviewed those revised tariffs before you filed your testimony.
So I'm apologies, I'm a little confused about which testimony is which, but if you look at the citation for some of the calculations in there,
yeah, there's some discussion of calculations. And are those based on the numbers that were in the stipulation, or are they based on the revised numbers that Mr. Carrasco presented in his simultaneous contemporaneous testimony with yours?
If it was contemporaneous, then I probably was referring to the previous version that was attached to the stipulation. I did not see Mr. Carrasco's testimony in advance of when he filed it.
And going back then to the stipulation, do you support EPE's methodology for calculating the incentive credits?
I'm less concerned with the methodology for calculating the incentive credits, and I'm more concerned with my interpretation of whether the rate proposal aligns with the statutory directive in House Bill 521, which, as I state in my testimony, I think that the key factors are, is the proposal reasonably expected to improve system utilization during off-peak hours by providing a lower charging rate during times when there's spare capacity on the grid? And is it going to help expand transportation electrification by giving folks a reason to consider deploying an electric vehicle, which namely is cost savings versus gasoline or diesel? I'm also concerned with how easy it is to participate in accessing those savings. And those are the primary reasons why the rate 45, as it was listed in the stipulation, was acceptable to CCAE.
And do you understand there's no longer a rate 45, it's a series of individual.
The incentive credit, I misspoke, the incentive credit proposed in the stipulation.
Going back to my question, you said that when I asked you, do you support EPE's methodology, you said you kind of looked at the end results. Do you understand EPE's methodology?
Yes, in general, at a general level, I understand that EPA is attempting to provide an incentive for EV owners, and that in general, the objective of rate design is to recover the utilities costs in a manner that's fair and reasonable.
Do you believe that it's fair and reasonable for the company to base its credit rider on something having to do with the incremental generation costs of an older existing gas plant?
I don't see any reference to that in the statute, so it's not something that I factored into my thinking when deciding to join the stipulation.
Do you know of, I know that you cover the waterfront. Do you know of other utility commissions anywhere in the country that have premised a whole house EV rate or something like that, credit rider, on the rationale that the company has used in this case, develop these specific rates?
I haven't encountered a credit system like this, although there very well could be a whole house EV credit that's been proposed in a state that I don't cover. I just look at this 5 or 6 states in the U.S. Southwest with my day-to-day job. So I haven't encountered a rate exactly like this one, but in principle, there's lots of similar rates designed to both encourage off-peak charging and give folks access to cost savings by using an EV instead of a conventional vehicle.
And could you explain, I'm not clear about your answer there. Are you saying you haven't encountered anything that was characterized as a whole house or whole service EV rate in your experience, or one that was based on the approach that the company took in this case?
There's a variety of approaches I've seen utilities take. The simplest ones are pretty much time of use rates. Sometimes there's incentive payments included for customers who agree to charge during certain hours. But in principle, this whole house EV credit proposal, I think, functions in the same way, in that it reduces the cost to charge during off-peak times, and the cost of the electricity compares favorably, particularly, I think particularly when you're charging during off-peak hours, to what it would cost to fuel a gasoline or a diesel vehicle.
Could we turn to your direct testimony, please?
All right.
EPA 1, and could you go to page 31, please? This is your testimony regarding chip card-based credit card chip readers, and first of all, I have one question for you. In California and Washington, I understand your testimony that you're saying that they are requiring all public charging stations, whether they're financed by ratepayer funds or not, to have chip-based card readers. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's not just chip-based card readers, but secure ways to use credit cards or cards with cash loaded on them as a way to pay for fuel.
So are you saying that in either of these states, it would be acceptable to have a contactless credit card reader?
No, I think that the intent of those rules is to meet customers where they're at with technology that's widespread right now. So generally, they all include contactless technology, but I think that the rules require additional methods of using the payment, such as a secure chip reader.
And in these two states, do they absolutely require, amongst the secure methods, having a chip-based card reader?
I'd have to go back and refer to the exact language in the California rule. I do know that they gave 5 years grace period for chargers that were already installed to comply.
Mr. Mattson, your testimony is that California, soon to be followed by Washington State, has adopted regulations that will require all public charging stations to have secure chip-based card readers. That sounds like you're testifying specifically that they must be chip-based. Are you now saying that you're not certain?
I'm looking at the exact rule right now. It says EVSE must be accessible to drivers regardless of membership in an EV service provider network. EVSPs must operate credit card readers and mobile payment device options on level 2 and DC fast charging EVSE, allowing payment by members and non-members at EVSE locations that require payment. There's more to it, but that's the language from California.
So are you reading that language as saying that a chip reader is an absolute requirement? You read that quickly, and I'm not entirely certain that I picked that up. Absolute, asking for absolute requirement.
Yeah, so it says credit card readers. So I think a chip reader would be a secure method of a credit card payment.
I understand you're saying it would be a secure method. I'm saying, is that the mandatory method?
I think that might be a legal question.
It's your testimony, Mr. Mattson. I just want to make sure that when you testified that they will require all public charging stations to have secure chip-based card readers, that you know that you are standing by that testimony, because that is what you know for a fact they have required in California. And are you absolutely certain? You say this as a matter of fact, not law. Is it true as a matter of fact? Absolutely.
It's true as a matter of fact that stations have to have credit card readers. My understanding is that those are the secure version of that is a chip reader, but there might be a different interpretation that legally would be acceptable as a credit card reader.
And in Washington,
that's the end of the time, Ms. Stevens. I let you go over. It elapsed a moment ago. That's that little bell was.
Okay, thank you.
We have staff, Mr. Black, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mattson. Thank you for your testimony today. Staff has no questions.
Very good. Mr. Mattson, I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Just give me a moment to pull up my... The principal question I'd like to ask you, Mr. Mattson, is why, and you've discussed this somewhat in your, not somewhat, you discussed it in your response, the testimony in support of the stipulation. Why support the stipulation in light of the fact that you were the leading advocate of a much larger budget?
I think so for the same reason I discussed in the questions from Ms. Souls, that the stipulation, I think, establishes a couple of important principles. One, that transportation electrification activity at the utility will be an ongoing, continuous part of business, and that there's no firm cap on the budget. The stipulation provides a mechanism whereby the budget could be increased to accommodate increased demand, whether it emerges organically or whether EP is able to stimulate that demand through its customer outreach program. And it's my hope that the programs as described will successfully generate that demand. But if not, the stipulation gives us 18 months to work with the utility to learn some new things and improve the programs and come back with a new transportation electrification plan at the next filing, which hopefully every time we do that, it will get better and there will be more activity.
Okay, if ChargePoint's strongest argument in the credit card reader issue is that the chip adds costs, the chip reader requirement adds costs, and that's not a wise use of revenue. Do you agree at this juncture that argument should carry the day?
Our position is that the statute requires increasing access to electricity as a transportation fuel, including for low income and underserved communities, and that many of those folks need to be able to have access to public charging, and the most universal way to pay for fuel in the world as it exists today is with a credit card. And so we should help meet people where they're at, and that adding chip readers to public charging stations is in line with the requirement in the statute.
Okay, and I guess I kind of want to sort of extend that question one step further and just ask, if it came to a point where the chip reader requirement or I don't want to use some other because this is a specific issue, but in a choice between chip readers and total numbers of charging stations was a choice. In other words, you're forced to pick. Do you want chip readers or do you want the maximum number? Which of those do you think best serves the folks that you just referenced?
I suppose I don't know for sure what the answer to that question is one way or the other, but I stick with the position that chip readers will be, I think, an important part of ensuring that there's widespread access to electricity as a transportation fuel. I also think that if these programs work well, most charging will happen at home, whether it's at a residence or a multifamily building. And that public charging, it's an essential piece of making transportation electrification work. And it's an essential way to encourage people to consider buying an EV. And folks need to be able to look at those stations and say, oh yeah, that looks like a gas station. I could imagine myself pulling up and paying for some fuel and using it. And the more that we make it, familiar and comfortable for folks and not different, the easier it will be to convince people to make the switch from a conventional to an electric vehicle, which is the primary objective of this whole exercise.
The number of EVs, this has been something that's litigated or actively disputed among the stipulating and non-stipulating parties. The estimate from EP is 141 in 19, 185 in 2020, and 416 in 23. Are you confident those numbers are accurate?
As I said in my direct testimony, I think they're reasonable guesses for the next couple of years, but I'm optimistic that we'll be seeing much higher numbers, especially as we get out towards 2030. I also think we'll be seeing a lot more different kinds of EVs, not just passenger vehicles, but medium and heavy duty trucks, as well as off-road equipment.
We heard Mrs. Ripe testifying yesterday about the limitations as regards the number of electric vehicles for sale in EPE's service territory. I believe at one point she testified, and I know it's in her testimony as well, that they made some calls and discovered that there's no vehicles for sale at some point in their service territory. She referenced the fact that there's some legislation in New Mexico dealing with the requirements of having car dealers sell EVs. My question to you is really, what kind of inroads can EPE make in these programs in terms of incentivizing EV purchases and use and all this if there's nothing for sale in EVs in that service territory?
I think that's certainly a problem that needs to be solved. And I think that there's multiple additional policy actions that need to take place to optimize growth in electric transportation. One of those is adopting the Clean Cars Standard in New Mexico, which the state held a kickoff meeting to initiate yesterday. That rule would require auto manufacturers to deliver more EVs for sale on dealer lots across the state. And for sure, that's one essential policy. I think we also, it would help to have the federal or state government take a look at what additional kinds of financial incentives they can put into place. Not all that's in control of EPE, but I think that's where things are headed. Certainly where the auto industry is investing, and having a plan like this in place, I think, will be essential to give residents of the region access to the benefits that are available from driving an electric vehicle or using.
And I'm not asking you to make a legal judgment or anything. I'm just curious, maybe you have some knowledge of the subject, but it's my understanding those clean car standards, which relate to, EVs being sold at car dealerships, that's going to take effect in 24. Is that right?
So I think there's some policy details that need to get worked out with the state. But one thing that I've seen other states do with that policy is offer early action credits to the automakers to incentivize them to start delivering EVs and enhancing the local market well before the policy actually gets enforced. And I'm hoping that something similar will be put into place in New Mexico so that the Clean Air Act requires a 2-year lead time before that policy can be enforced after adoption. But you can pull the benefits of it forward with some kind of credit mechanism, which I'm hoping the state will be discussing in the rulemaking.
If there are limitations in terms of what number of vehicles are actually even available for sale in EP's service territory, and obviously people can travel to other places and buy a car and drive it home. I mean, that can be done. But in any case, have readily accessible vehicles for sale if there are limits. Does this suggest that, the real focus for at least the foreseeable future is going to be providing services for existing vehicles and whatever that would mean, and then also the folks who are traveling through and making sure they have, there's no corridor gaps? I mean, do you understand generally what I'm asking you, that should be the focus and not necessarily the sales because there's no vehicles?
Well, I mean, I think there's things that a variety of folks could do on the sales front. So for example, as part of the customer outreach budget, EPE could talk to car dealers and help them figure out how to get some used EVs. There's a ton of them, for example, in California. There's a ton here in Colorado too, where I'm based. And I think that getting those EVs delivered for sale in Las Cruces is something that would be possible to do. Carvana, for example, doesn't serve Las Cruces right now, but it could.
You were giving some statistics in some of your testimony about the driving habits of Americans. I'm just curious, was there meaningful effort, as far as you're aware, to localize driving habits or better understand what the habits of the people in EPE service territory do or do not with their vehicles, and to what extent did that drive analysis? Do you have any idea about that?
Are you speaking about my testimony or about the?
Well, I mean, you speak at length about sort of national standards, right? And I tried to ask Ms. Ezripe about what sort of, how did she respond to demographic data and in the EPA? And I'm assuming on some level you're interested in understanding how EPE is responding to what is the actual need, and how we know that is through statistical information about how people are actually using these things. The problem with your data, I thought, on some level, was that, well, look, this is California and New York, and that's not Doña Ana County. And so my question to you is, to what extent are you satisfied, number one, that there's adequate information about what's going on in Doña Ana County? And then number two, how is that driving the plan development?
I think in general, from what I know about how people use vehicles in Doña Ana County, is folks drive a little bit longer than the typical American, drive longer distances every year. And also, I think income levels are lower. And I would say both of those factors mean that the potential for EVs to benefit folks by reducing their transportation cost burden is higher. It's higher in Doña Ana County than it is in other places. So that, to me, increases the importance of unlocking those benefits for the residents of the region. And I think this EPE plan is an important first step to doing that. And certainly there will need to be more work done.
So Ms. LaRock says in her testimony that one thing that's definitely absent from this plan is, and then it's a rather bold idea, is, you know, they should be financing the purchases of EVs. And I'm curious more generally, and I think folks who come to this, be a commissioner or somebody just, you know, kind of general interest, would like to know how folks living at the poverty line afford an EV.
So I do think that is an interesting idea. There was such a low-income EV purchase incentive approved in the Excel Colorado Transportation Electrification Plan proceeding that concluded in January of this year. So there's a criteria for defining who qualifies, and I think the incentive's $5,000 on top of the federal incentive, and it also applies for used vehicles. I'm really interested to see the uptake of that offering, to see how big of a difference it can make in affecting how accessible EVs are for low-income populations. And I would be supportive if EPE wanted to explore setting some kind of a program like that up. It's a good idea. If EPE doesn't do it, I think the state or the federal government should do it.
Ms. Souls testifies at one point, residential charging infrastructure focused on incentivizing residential smart charging infrastructure is not critical to the expansion of transportation electrification. I read that kind of fast, so I'll just say it again. Residential charging infrastructure focused on incentivizing residential smart charging infrastructure is not critical to the expansion of transportation electrification. Do you agree with that?
I don't think that makes complete sense to me. I mean, I think residential infrastructure is essential. I think that smart chargers, you know, you could go without having smart chargers. If, you know, I think that the key thing to is to give people a signal that they should be charging their vehicles during off-peak hours to the extent possible. And the primary way to do that is with a well-designed rate that offers cost savings for charging during low demand times. Having a smart charger, I think, is a step up from that could in the future enable some more active grid management activities. But first step is the rate.
I was speaking yesterday with Ms. Christensen from EPE, and this has to do with the statewide greenhouse gas emission standards. There's some very aggressive targets. And in the course of my conversation with Ms. Christensen, it became pretty clear that a lot of the most aggressive targets, and some of this is actually stated explicitly in the documents themselves that have been admitted in this case, are merely illustrative or illustrate the scope of action that would be necessary to achieve some of these greenhouse gas emissions. And in the course of that conversation, it occurred to me that often, I think, target fixation on standards like those, which the documents themselves acknowledge are really just illustrative, is not necessarily the best strategy at this juncture, where you're really focused on first steps and coherent programmatic structures that are going to incentivize and bring people in. Do you agree with that as a general proposition, what I've just said?
Yes, as a general proposition, and I think it's consistent with the statute which directs utilities to expand transportation electrification. It's not a specific target in there. There's also not a limit on how far it could go. So I think that the intention is to unlock the benefits that are available from transitioning from petroleum to electricity. And I think the statute envisions, envisions that can continue until, until you reach 100% transportation electrification.
And then you refer to something as a set and forget technology. Can you talk about that a minute? What is it that you mean by that?
So, for example, I have a charger at my house. You can program it with the hours that are off-peak, off-peak rates. And I can plug in my car when I get home and it won't start charging until the timer tells it to start. I don't have to think about it. I can plug it in and it will still charge during off-peak times. That's what I mean by set and forget.
So one of the questions I want to ask real quickly, and that's one of my last questions here, is I'm reading all of these varying testimony, and there's all these steps, right? There's a meter that can capture the time that there's charging going on from midnight to 8 a.m. There's a charger that can programmed to be charging only from midnight to 8 a.m. Inside some electric vehicles, there is a setting that can be set so that the vehicle only itself knows to charge from midnight to 8 a.m. Are these programs asking ratepayers to pay for needlessly redundant systems?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that as long as the requirements are flexible and that the charging management, the foundation of charging management is the rate, giving customers a variety of options for how they can respond to that rate signal is a fair way to go. And if you look at the MJ Bradley study I included with my direct testimony, I think the primary source of benefits from transportation electrification is deploying more electric vehicles. So the simpler and more attractive you make the concept of switching to an EV, the better. And then the secondary source of benefits is managed charging. So I would prioritize vehicle deployment first and managed charging second. And the simplest way I think to do that is just to give people some clear understanding that there's cost savings available and how to access them, which the rate I think the rate does.
Okay.
Yeah, marketing. We also need marketing to inform people about the cost savings that are available.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Is there any redirect in light of what I've asked?
I have some, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Well, Ms. Scher, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to Mr. Simpson go first, or would you prefer to go first, Ms. Scher?
I'll wait till everyone's finished. Thank you.
Yes, that's what I was just thinking. That'd be best. So, Mr. Simpson?
Yes, sir. I have a couple of follow-up questions based on your questions.
Sure.
Mr. Madsen, my name is Philip Simpson. I am a pro se intervener here in Las Cruces. And you were speaking to the hearing examiner about the benefits of rate design as being sort of one of the most important factor and more important than other factors in terms of the benefits of EVs. I saw a little facial expression. Go ahead.
I don't know if I would characterize rate design like as the most important thing. I think the important thing is access to cost savings, which the rate is a piece of. The idea people are motivated to purchase EVs, as I put some survey data in my direct testimony, by the availability of cost savings is the main factor why people generally are purchasing EVs.
Okay, thank you. And so my question to you is regarding those motivational factors and the simplicity of those. Would you support a whole house electric vehicle rate or a rate 45 that mirrors rate 42 in that it provides a very strong incentive for super off-peak charging? In other words, charging during that midnight to 8 a.m. timeframe?
I think generally yes, but I mean, I think that there's lots of room that there's lots of room that you could set that off-peak charging rate where it would still achieve the goals of encouraging people to charge at an off-peak time and provide them access to savings compared to gasoline or diesel. So I guess the amount of the credit matters less to me than like where it fits in the overall picture of why people decide to buy an EV, and how to manage the charging so that it provides the most benefits to everyone.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that the hearing examiner brought up and has been brought up before is availability of EVs in the El Paso Electric New Mexico service territory. And you spoke about vehicles being available in Colorado and California and potentially being available for delivery here. And you were speaking about used vehicles. Are you aware of how Tesla vehicles are sold in El Paso Electric's New Mexico service territory?
Not specifically, no, but if it's the same as everywhere else, then I imagine you order it and it's delivered. But I can't say that I know that for sure.
Okay. Okay, and then last question. You were discussing electric vehicles and their how compatible they are, or how available, or how I'm searching for words here, but how a low-income person would be able to afford an electric vehicle. And you talked about potential incentives for low-income people. Do you have any thoughts about low-interest financing as a way for low-income to access electric vehicles?
Yeah, that kind of a program is not contemplated in the stipulation, but I certainly think that's something you could consider for a utility to do to help customers access electric vehicles through low interest financing. I think there's certainly examples of utilities doing that with high efficiency appliances, water heaters, furnaces, and whatnot. And I consider electric vehicles just being a different kind of an appliance, and it's kind of a cutting edge thing that's probably not active in too many places, but certainly could be an element of TPs going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. So, did you want to ask the questions? Mrs. Jura was going to go last.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Madsen, the hearing examiner was asking you about the lack of availability at dealerships of EVs. You recall that?
Yes.
And the questions were around whether or not that was constraining the demand for EVs within El Paso Electric's New Mexico service territory, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell whether demand is not there because of the lack of vehicles, or the lack of vehicles is because of lack of demand?
Well, I guess objectively, I'm not totally sure, but my opinion is that if you make the vehicles available and educate people about the benefits of owning one, they will.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I think generally the way I've seen this work in my professional experience is that if you make the vehicles available and you educate consumers about the benefits of owning one, then they will buy one. I think every state that's taken action to increase the supply of EVs and educated residents about why you'd want to own one has seen an increase in sales.
Do you think public charging infrastructure, which you also referenced, has anything to do with demand?
Well, I think public charging infrastructure needs to be in place kind of as a way to generate demand. People need to be confident that they can recharge their cars. And to some extent, site hosts that are considering whether or not to deploy a charger are probably considering how many EVs are around. It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. And I think that's one of the reasons why this EPE plan is important, because it kickstarts some investments and can help us get out of that. Is it the chicken or is it the egg cycle and start expanding EVs?
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Sure.
The hearing examiner asked you a question about if you had to choose between chip readers in public charging stations or more charging stations, what would your preference be? So my question is there anything about this stipulation that would require EPE to make that choice?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Madsen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a good day, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Sure, that's it from CCAE, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so now we have Ms. Beatles.
Yes, I can call my witness. I may need a quick break because I hear like a leaf blower right outside my window that's going to be very loud and distracting to not only me, but also the rest of y'all. So I may need to take a break if it continues. It's stopped for now. I think he'll move or stop if I ask him to.
Okay, so is Ms.
Okay.
I see.
WRA calls Deborah Kapeloff.
Hello, Ms. Kapeloff, how are you?
Good, how are you? Thank you, hearing examiner.
Yeah, and your audio is good, so we're good to go. So Ms. Hoyman, if you could please swear the witness in.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Keep your voice up, please.
Okay, will do.
Let me open your, do you have a copy of the direct testimony? Well, okay, let me just ask you a few more questions. Deborah, what is your position with Western Resource Advocates?
I am the Transportation Electrification Policy Analyst.
And do you have before you a copy of the exhibit that we have marked as WRA Exhibit 1, which is Aaron Krisig's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And is it your understanding that the hearing examiner has allowed you to substitute for Mr. Kresig and adopt his testimony?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you aware of any changes or corrections to his testimony that need to be made?
No.
And if you were to answer today those same questions that are contained in WRA Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay, I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 1.
Any objections? WRA 1 is admitted.
And also, Ms. Kapeloff, do you have before you the testimony that was filed, sponsored by you in response to the hearing examiner's order issued July 14th, 2021 that we have labeled as WRA Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that exhibit?
No.
And if you were to answer today those same questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay, I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 2.
Any objections to that document? WRA 2 is admitted.
Yes, and just a second, please. Also, do you have before you a copy of WRA Exhibit 4, which is a copy of your resume?
Yes,
And is that true and accurate,
Yes.
Ms. Kapilov?
it is.
Yes, and I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 4 because Ms. Kresig not being the original author of WRA Exhibit 1, it was not her resume attached to that testimony, and I am offering that as WRA Exhibit 4 and move the admission.
Okay, so you're seeking just admission of Exhibit 4, or was it 3 and 4?
Just 4. I'm sorry. Just 4 for now.
Just 4 for now. Okay. Does anyone object to the admission of Exhibit 4, Ms. Kapilov's professional resume? WRA 4 is admitted.
Thank you. And we also uploaded as WRA Exhibit 3 the joint response to the bench request order issued May 14th, 2021. That response was filed jointly with CC8E and Prosperity Works. I'm not aware that that has been offered into the record so far, and do you want it offered into the record?
I think so.
Okay, Ms. Kapilov, do you have before you a copy of that joint response to the bench request order issued May 14th, 2021 that was sponsored by us, CCAE and Prosperity Works, that we've marked as WRA Exhibit 3?
I am pulling it up right now, Ms. Beatles, but I will have it before me shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Beatles, I have it before me now.
Yes, are you aware of any changes or corrections that need to be made to that joint filing?
No.
Yes, and is the content in there that WRA contributed to, is that true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay, I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 3.
Is Ms. Gerson out there and Mrs. Jur? Just want to confirm, since it's always a joint exhibit, if they could acknowledge independently. Mr. Jur, I'll start with you. You allow Ms. Kapilov to sponsor and admit this exhibit on behalf of your clients?
Yes.
And Ms. Jur, sorry, Ms. Gerson, same question to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Any objections to WRA Exhibit 3? That document's admitted as well.
Thank you. And before I pass the witness for cross, I just want you and the parties to know that Ms. Kapilov may need to refer any questions about WRA Exhibit 3 to the other parties, since we were only a contributor to this exhibit.
Very good.
Thank you. I now pass Ms. Kapilov for cross-examination.
Ms. Kapilov will go to Ms. Souls first, who has requested 30 minutes of cross.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Hello, Ms. Kapilov.
Hello, Ms. Souls.
My name is Mary Lee Souls. I am a party in this case. I'd like to ask you to go to Exhibit WRA-1 on page 2.
I'm there whenever you're ready, Ms. Souls.
Beginning at line 9, your testimony references WRA participating in the other New Mexico TEP proceedings. Did WRA participate in the P&M TEP proceeding?
Yes, WRA did participate.
And are you familiar with the positions that WRA took in that proceeding?
I am.
Does WRA believe that the proposed stipulation results in a transportation electrification plan for El Paso Electric's New Mexico service territory that is reasonably comparable to P&M's transportation electrification plan?
WRA takes the position that while EPE's plan is significantly smaller than the other TEPs that WRA has supported in New Mexico, we do think it's comparable in that it fulfills the statutory requirements of HB 521.
Would you agree that in the P&M case, WRA cited lack of public charging stations as a significant challenge to mass adoption of EVs?
Yes, I would.
And would you agree that in the P&M case, WRA supported a total TEP budget proposal of over $10 million?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree that the P&M TEP budget that WRA supported provided for $4.45 million for non-residential infrastructure rebates?
Yes.
On page 2 still, beginning at line 11, you characterize El Paso Electric as having very few EVs in its service territory. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what do you mean by very few EVs?
Well, the exact number of EVs in EPE's service territory has been a matter of debate, and so I don't want to put an exact figure on it. But considering there are fewer than 500 EVs in EP service territory, I would characterize that as very few.
So you kind of use that cutoff point of 500 EVs within the service territory. And are you talking about the New Mexico service territory?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the witness testimony. She did not say that exactly how Mary Lee characterized it.
So I apologize, I didn't hear exactly what Ms. Sewell said. Ms. Sewell, if you're asking a question, can you rephrase it in such a way that it cures the objection?
Yes, I can. So first of all, are we talking about El Paso Electric's New Mexico service territory?
Yes.
And you used the number of 500. Did you mean that less than 500 in your mind would be very few?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Could lack of public charging infrastructure be one reason for very few EVs in El Paso Electric's New Mexico service territory?
Yes, it could be a factor.
And does WRA believe that very few EVs is a reason to do less or a reason to do more in this transportation electrification plan?
WRA believes that this transportation electrification plan scope is appropriate considering the projected growth of EVs in the company's service territory for the term of the TEP.
Which projected growth in EVs are you referring to?
I'm referring to the projected growth as discussed by Grisel Arizpe in her testimony and as published by the company.
And are you aware that there is other testimony regarding forecasted growth of EVs?
Yes, I am.
Does WRA think that Ms. Arizpe's projection is the reasonable one to use?
Yes, considering it was based on the best available data and was performed by the company, which knows its service territory fairly well and has access to data about it.
And are you familiar that P&M has in their plan a forecast of growth within New Mexico?
Yes, I am familiar.
Are you familiar with El Paso Electric's New Mexico service territory and how that relates to P&M's service territory?
I am familiar with the general demographics and how they compare.
Would you agree that P&M ends up with a different conclusion than El Paso Electric does regarding New Mexico?
Yes.
Thank you. go to page 6 at line 9. And here you reference a complete dearth of any charging infrastructure, correct?
That is correct.
And how much charging infrastructure is required for you to characterize it as sufficient charging infrastructure?
That's a very difficult question to answer just in one sentence, but I would say sufficient charging infrastructure would be charging infrastructure that meets the needs of the current number of EVs in the company's service territory, and also allows for projected growth within the service territory.
All right, complete dearth of any charging infrastructure. Are you aware of the different definitions of existing charging infrastructure in this case?
Yes.
And do you have a reason to choose one or the other of that?
Sorry, could you please rephrase that question? I'm not sure if I understood.
Between those different definitions of the current public charging infrastructure, which one is WRA using for this statement?
WRA is using the definition of current charging infrastructure as defined by the company and put forth by the company. So that includes the 20 public charging stations within the company's service territory, as well as any estimates of other charging infrastructure within the company's service territory.
Did you hear the testimony related to that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you hear the City of Las Cruces attorney ask Mr. Espe about a charger that has never operated for the last several years?
I may have, but I'm not familiar with his comments off the cuff.
And you did hear Ms. Espe say that she had no firsthand knowledge of that charging infrastructure. Is that correct?
I believe what she said is that she had not independently verified the charging infrastructure, not that she had no knowledge of it. But yes, I did hear her comments about that.
Very well. And so her statements about 20 public charging points, is that what WRA is characterizing as complete dearth of any charging infrastructure?
Yes.
Thank you. If you go to page 3, and beginning at line 19. No, I don't think I'm in the right place. Page 2, forgive me. At line 19 on page 2, you state that particularly critical to WRA's support of the stipulation is section 1.8.1.2. Do you see that?
Yes.
How does section 1.8.1.2 satisfy WRA's concerns that program funds may be exhausted rapidly?
Section 1.1.1.2 of the stipulation satisfies that concern because it creates a pathway for additional funding for the program. There are some concerns that the program funds may be exhausted before the term of this TEP is over. However, 1.1.1.2 allows for additional funding to be procured if necessary.
So does WRA understand that provision of the stipulation results in not imposing a cap on the overall budget size?
I would not say that it's not necessarily imposing a cap. I would say that it's offering an avenue for expansion. I don't think that would be limitless or unreasonable expansion. It's expansion in line with the program's requirements to meet the statutory considerations.
Do you understand that it would allow expansion beyond the requested budget plus 15%?
Yes, that is the purpose.
And is that an important understanding behind WRA's support for the stipulation?
Yes.
Would WRA object to increasing the budget from what is proposed by the stipulation?
WRA feels that it's important that there are avenues for additional funding if needed. However, WRA does not necessarily support or have any particular position on increasing the budget.
So let me ask you again, would WRA object to increasing the budget?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a yes or a no in her response.
Wait, sorry. So, and the question, please repeat the question, Ms. Souls.
Would WRA object to increasing the budget from what is proposed in the stipulation?
I overrule, just answer the question.
WRA would not necessarily object to increasing the budget so long as it was reasonable.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Souls. Mr. Simpson, you requested 15 minutes.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I will not be needing any time for this witness. Thank you.
Good. Ms. Stevens, you requested 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Ms. Kapiloff. How are you?
Good afternoon, Ms. Stevens. I'm well, thank you.
I have some very general questions for you, kind of the same ones I asked Mr. Madsen. Did you review the credit riders and Mr. Carrasco's testimony in support of the stipulation before your own testimony or Mr. Kressig's testimony in support of the stipulation was filed?
Yes.
Before, so you
Sorry, I'm sorry, I missed that. No, not prior.
So the testimony supporting it is based on the stipulation riders? The stipulation riders are actually incorporated into the stip?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you support the methodology that EPE used to develop those credit amounts?
To be entirely frank, I have not delved into the methodology. And so I have a similar opinion as Mr. Madsen, and that I support where EPE ended up, and I support the rate and the credit incentives as a whole. And I think the methodology overall is not necessarily unreasonable.
Not necessarily unreasonable. Do you think it's reasonable?
Yes, I would go so far as to say it's reasonable.
Could you turn to, you were here for the other, Mr. Carrasco's testimony, rebuttal testimony that we were discussing and hearing examiner was discussing at length this afternoon. That is EP Exhibit 13.
Yes, absolutely, Ms. Stevens. Just give me one moment to get it pulled up. Okay, Ms. Stevens, you can proceed. I have it ready.
Okay, so I have a question for clarification, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. Stevens is referring to the rebuttal testimony, most of which was rendered moot due to the parties' agreement to, how do I say it, to support the original rate 42.
Okay. So we also all agreed that to the extent, because there's inescapably overlap between what Ms. Carrasco relied upon for purposes of testifying as to rate 45. And I presume, Ms. Stevens, that is the trajectory in which you're headed?
I'm headed towards Exhibit MC3R and the numerical discussion of the credits.
Right.
And
So
it has nothing to do with rate 42.
Ms. Beatles, I understand, but we've been over this, and I think it's fair game to ask your witness, and I don't know if she'll have any thing to contribute to it, but the question can at least be asked.
Yes, well, my concern, and I will raise objections as appropriate, that this may be outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
Okay. So well, Ms. Stevens, you're on notice, so ask your questions.
I assume that she's supporting the stipulation. I think this is the stipulation Let me start with that question then. Ms. I've lost you. There you are down there at the bottom. I have to set my screen differently. Ms. Kapilov, so I understand that your testimony was based on the actual credit riders incorporated into the document, the stipulation document itself. And is WRA still in support of the proposed incentive credits as discussed in Mr. Carrasco's rebuttal testimony, and particularly as noted on his exhibits MC3R and MC2R, where he shows the approved underlying rate for various rate classes and then his incentive credits. The incentive credits. Are those
Objection. That's a compound question.
Okay. Do you accept, does WRA accept and agree to, as part of the stipulation, and I'll direct you again to MC3R, the incentive credit, what Mr. Carrasco labeled as the proposed incentive credit, those dollar figures?
Yes.
And that approval came after the fact because you didn't see them before. Do you
Objection.
Wait.
As a comment, I'm sorry, I'm tired too. I withdraw that, I'm sorry, it's good. Okay, let's go back to what they end up being. So is it your opinion, Ms. Kapilov, that having a, let's just pick, because I believe the hearing examiner cross-examined on this, rate 3 small general service rate standard rate. It's the third block on that table.
Yes, I'm looking at it now, Ms. Stevens.
Do you believe that a credit of what amounts to 0.267 cents per kilowatt hour, does that achieve in your opinion, does that achieve the kind of incentive necessary or appropriate to induce customers to, first of all, to charge during the 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. period?
I think that the incentive credit is a reasonable mechanism to encourage charging during the super off-peak period. While it is a modest incentive credit amount, I think that incentivizing that behavior in any way is appropriate. And so, yes, I do.
And were you here when Mr. Carrasco testified that his assumption for residential customers was that charging a vehicle would involve, would take 314 kilowatt hours a month?
Yes, I was present.
Do you have a different figure that you would use for a small general service type customer who maybe had a truck or a vehicle that they were small light truck or a vehicle used in business? Do you have different figures that you would like to use for that?
I don't have specific different figures that I would propose. However, I would say that that 314 figure may be representative of kind of an average residential EV. And so I think it's fair to assume that a larger EV that was being used more might require significantly more charging.
Okay, do you have a calculator?
I don't have a calculator handy, I'm sorry.
Oh dear. How shall we deal with this? I know
I'd
that
be happy to pull up Google Calculator if that would be helpful.
If you would do that, I'd be much appreciative, because I know the hearing examiners, the subject to check has been banned from the vocabulary of the PRC for the last several years.
Okay, Ms. Stevens, I have the online calculator pulled up for whenever you're ready.
Okay, so let's just, I understand you're saying that that probably would be higher, but if you take that 0.00267 credit for a small general service standard rate customer and multiply it by 314 kilowatt hours per month, what do you get?
So the answer is 0.83, so 83 cents. And considering that an EV owner would likely need to charge their vehicle 2 to 3 times a week, depending on the usage, or perhaps less if it was not being used very much, I think over time, those cost savings would add up and would incentivize off-peak charging.
You understand that the 314 figure was a monthly figure?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not understand that. I do think that that is a cost saving that may incentivize the use.
And again, do you think that saving $83 cents a month would incentivize a business owner to make the arrangements to charge at his business in the overnight hours and to make the arrangements with EPE necessary to change the meter and have that service?
Considering a business owner would likely be using their EV during the daytime hours and would not be charging it then, I really don't think that's an unreasonable assumption to make.
83 cents is enough to, 83 cents enough.
I think considering the amount of use they would be getting out of the EV during the daytime hours, they likely would not want to charge it during those hours. If they were using it for business purposes, then that would preclude charging during those hours. So shifting to hours that are A, convenient for the business owner, and B, offer financial incentive would not be unreasonable.
Under that rationale, Ms. Kapilov, why offer a small business customer any incentive credit? If they're going to charge off peak anyway, why are you as a signatory to the stipulation recommending a credit?
Well, I don't necessarily think that all business owners would be charging off peak. And additionally, I do think that this incentive does aid or offer at least a little bit of a push to off peak charging.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. Let's see. About the budget flexibility provisions, can you explain your understanding of how that 75% cap works? Well, first of all, I'm going to break this into smaller questions. Were you here when Mr. Ripe testified yesterday?
Yes.
And do you understand her testimony was that the 75% function mechanism would apply to administrative and outreach costs as well as to rebate costs?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand that and do you understand also that her presentation, I hope I got it right, is that the budget flexibility, therefore the 15% budget flexibility, therefore really kind of serves as a buffer while a request to increase the budget is being made? And
Yep.
If that's the wrong characterization, please correct me.
I think that's an accurate characterization.
Given WRA's original testimony in this case, do you think that there are going to be a lot of applications and motions because of hitting that 75% level based on a relatively small number of actual incentive applications?
Objection, that is vague and ambiguous with respect to the use of the term "a lot of."
Okay.
Clarify, Ms. Stevens.
Yeah. So do you think that between the number of programs and the 75% threshold and the way the programs are structured with their budgets and with their identified number of potential users, that there will be a likelihood of frequent motions? And because this, I believe this term is mandatory, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So do you believe that the motions are going to come in fairly frequently?
I am unsure what you mean exactly by frequently, and I cannot predict how quickly these funds will be depleted. However, I will say that the funds depend on a variety of factors, such as installation costs for a lot of the EV charging infrastructure, and those costs do vary significantly. And so I really do think it is dependent on how much program utilization there is, as well as the variable costs incurred. And so I find it very difficult to be able to answer that question accurately.
Are you bullish on this program? Do you think that it will generate high levels of interest?
Yes, I am cautiously and hopefully optimistic on being bullish on this program, I would say.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Good. Ms. Kaploff, staff requested 5 minutes. Mr. Black.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kapeloff, for your very concise oral testimony today at today's public hearing. Again, staff has no questions of this witness.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kaploff, just a few things. I didn't reserve time, but I did actually, subjects came up that I wanted to ask you quickly about. Let me pull up a screen here. I'll share. What we're looking at here is Grizel Azripe 2S. This comes from her stipulation testimony. The marks are not, those marks were actually, they submitted the document, then they realized they were wrong. Now they've gone back in time and they've made changes, so whatever. What I want to know is, functionally speaking, we have here Ms. Azripe's statement of the total number, and maybe one of the parties can tell me this. I'm pretty sure I recall her saying when she used the word public charging locations, she clarified that this was ports. Does anyone recall?
That's what she said.
I believe she said ports. Ms.
Yes.
Stevens, was that you?
I believe she said ports, and just looking at, oh, am I muted?
Yes,
No.
okay, fine, that's fine. We don't need to get in. It'll be clearer on the record later when the transcript is
Yeah,
available.
based on
But-
the other information about between hers and Mr. Simpson's, I think that it must be ports just based on the numbers and the locations.
Correct.
I
So
believe she
I'm
said ports.
Yes, I think she did say
Has to
ports
be.
as well. I just wanted to get confirmation that I'm not speaking completely inaccurately. So we have here her
Hearing
estimate.
examiner,
Yes,
I can state specifically that Staybridge Suites has one charging station with 2 ports, and they have,
Okay.
she has a number 2 there.
so that would suggest that I am correct that she was referring to ports. Thank you, Mr. Downs. So Ms. Kapeloff, this is questions for you, but I just wanted to make sure foundationally I wasn't misspeaking before I asked them. Here we have, if you count them, 2, 4, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20 ports in these places. And I really don't know where all of that is, but in any case, there's 20 of them. Ms. Azripe admitted that Mr. Downs's estimate was also reasonable. I'm not really sure what to make of that, but that's what she said. So Ms. Souls and Mr. Downs, of course, have submitted this document, which is a total of 14 ports. What does this really mean? Is this a tempest in a teapot? Is there really that much of a difference between 14 ports and 20 ports? Can you please advise me on your expert judgment on the subject?
Yes, so it's again very difficult to say because I would say it depends on where the ports are located. And if some of the ports between the 20 and 14 discrepancy are located in areas where there are charging gaps, that could be incredibly critical to allowing the service territory of the company to have adequate EV charging infrastructure to allow for increased adoption. So I unfortunately have to say that I'm not familiar enough with the territory to be able to answer that definitively.
But is it, I mean, if there's 14 or if there's 20, is this a definitive? I mean, I understand your answer about, that's a good answer about the gaps. Okay, well, if we're missing one in a really critical place, maybe that's the question for you, is should that be the focus and not so many the number?
I believe it needs to be a balance between the two. As previously established, there is that statistic of 1 support for each 10 EVs in an area. But again, there are these concerns about range anxiety, which are a huge obstacle to EV adoption. And so I think there needs to be a balance of having enough chargers to support EVs in the company service territory, and then also strategically locating EV infrastructure so that it's possible for people with EVs to really be able to get around the company service territory.
That number 1 in 10, and I have to go back to the testimony to recall where it comes from. Can you just speak more generally? Is that some sort of universal number that upon which there's agreement that that's the correct number to have?
I would say it's a widely accepted benchmark. And obviously in certain areas, it might need to be more or less. But I think that it would be fair to characterize that as a number that would be fitting for the company service territory.
Okay. I think that's all for me. Thank you, Ms. Kapeloff. Is there any redirect?
No, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Anything from any of the other parties? Nope. Okay, Ms. Kapeloff, thank you for joining us. You'll be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, so we've come to 4:51, and the plan was to start with Ms. Souls. I guess Ms. Souls, we could just take your direct testimony and start with Cross tomorrow morning. Unless you prefer not to. If everyone wants to go, we could do that too.
Well, so I have more than just my direct testimony that I'd have to be sworn in for, but it seems like a reasonable use of our collective time to go through the process of entering those exhibits and then
9
actually
minutes.
start the cross in the morning.
That's what I was just thinking. Is that adequate?
That would suit me just fine, yes.
Okay, so I suppose I'm in charge of doing this with your exhibits.
If
then.
you would please, sir, yes.
Okay, so let me pull up your exhibit list first to make sure I get them all. And I want to get rid of all these other tabs that I have up here.
I believe this should be MLS 03 through MLS 06.
Just a sec, I see list of Souls exhibits, and I can just share my screen. I'll make it easy. So your list of Souls exhibits, MLS 01 to MLS 09? Or am I not admitting your curriculum vitae in the response to CLC 1?
So MLS 01 and MLS 02 are included in MLS 03.
Okay. And then the other ones are, so you said it's 3 through 6 is what has to be admitted?
Yes, sir.
And the rest you're going to use as evidence at some point in time, or maybe you have.
The rest are related to my witness, Ellen Downs.
Okay, great. All right, so let me stop that. So let's pull up number 3. Mary Lee Souls, MLS 03. Okay, Ms. Souls, are you looking at exhibit MLS 03?
Yes, sir.
It's the direct testimony of Mary Lee Souls filed on May 21, 2021.
That's correct.
You're familiar with this document?
I am.
And you drafted this document?
Yes.
And yes. Oh, you didn't swear in the witness. Thank you, Ms. Hoyman. I apologize. It's late in the day. So sorry, Ms. Hoyman, go ahead.
Ms. Souls, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've just gone through the fact that Ms. Souls is familiar with the document. We're looking at direct testimony of Mary Lee Souls, MLS 03. So Ms. Souls, if I was to ask you now these questions that are presented here and your responses that are given, would you answer these questions in the same way?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I need direction in how I respond to that. So my testimony is based on testimony as it was originally filed by El Paso Electric witnesses, and their testimony has now been changed. So what is in the record is not the testimony that I refer to. I can swear that what is in this content I would not change it as true and correct. I would give the same answers based on the original testimonies that were filed.
Okay, Ms. Souls, is this relating to the issue with rate 42?
No, sir, it's related to the red lines in the testimony that was previously filed before I filed my direct testimony.
Okay, am I to understand, but by red lines, you're referring to the phenomenon by which Ms. Azripe went back and edited her documents? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, well, putting aside the fact. Yes, Ms.
I
Olson.
apologize for the interruption. I understand there's a lot of confusion about this, but I'm going to object to the characterization of Ms. Arispe's corrections as revising her testimony. I stand by her characterization of those as corrections to the accuracy of the information that was put in there initially.
Very good. So Ms. Souls, you've just made note for the record that when you issued this testimony or you responded to the questions that you wrote for yourself, that you were referring to documents that were subsequently changed, and you're just noting now that anyone reviewing this record should take note of that, and that in fact your testimony may point to stuff that has since been changed.
That is
we need
correct.
To say
That would be
anything more?
Yes.
Very good. So apart from that wrinkle, you do swear and affirm that you would answer these questions the same way and that these answers are truthful to the best extent of your knowledge.
Yes.
Very good. I'll move for the admission of exhibit MLS 03. Is there any objection? MLS 03 is admitted. Moving to MLS 04. Ms. Souls, are you looking at that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
That's the initial testimony of Mary Lee Souls regarding the credit card reader issue dated 5th of July, 2021.
Yes.
And you're familiar with this and you've answered these questions and written this testimony yourself?
Yes.
And if asked these questions now at this proceeding, would you answer all of these questions in the same fashion?
Yes.
And do you swear and affirm that they are true and correct to the best ability of your knowledge?
Yes.
Very good. I'll move for the admission of MLS 04. Are there any objections to the admission of this document? MLS 04 is admitted. MLS 05. Here's the PDF. Ms. Souls, you're looking at the document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Mary Lee Souls regarding the credit card reader issue, 13th of July, 2021, identified as MLS 05.
Yes.
You're familiar with this document in that you wrote these questions and answered them yourself, correct?
Yes.
And if asked these questions now, would you answer them in the same fashion today?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm that these answers are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Very good. I'll move for the admission of exhibit MLS 05. Are there any objections? Hearing none, I'll admit MLS 05. And our last, MLS 06. Ms. Souls, this is the MLS 06 is the testimony of Mary Lee Souls in opposition to the comprehensive stipulation. It's dated July 13, 2021. Do you have a copy or are you looking at this?
Yes.
And you're familiar with this document and because you've written these questions and you've answered them yourself, correct?
Yes.
And if asked these questions today, you would answer them in the same fashion, correct?
With the same caveat as what we discussed with exhibit MLS-03.
And that related to the
changes that were made to El Paso Electric witness testimony.
I understand. Having noted that for the record, Ms. Souls, though, otherwise you would swear and affirm that this testimony is correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Very good. You would answer these questions in the same fashion, subject to the one thing we just discussed.
I would.
Terrific. Move for the admission of exhibit MLS 06. And if there are any objections, please say so. And hearing none, we shall admit MLS 06. And look at that. Well, it's actually a few minutes after because my computer's a liar. 5:03. That's it, correct, Ms. Souls?
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Good, we got that out of the way. We can start tomorrow on the cross-exam. The opportunity for EPE with 30 minutes of cross-examination, and we will move ahead accordingly. Is there anything to talk about before we go off the record and conclude for the day?
Just a clarification about order of witnesses, that I understand I will be first, but then not Mr. Downs. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'll have to be Mr. Wilson.
And what about Ms. Porter?
You got to get her in too. I don't know in terms of, is Ms. Gerson available?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Ms. Porter would be available throughout the day tomorrow. And so we would be, I believe, flexible to change order within the day.
Well, all right. So we don't need to have this conversation on the record. I believe we can go off the record so we can let Ms. Hoyman's hands take a break. So we're off the record now. My view would be to get Ms. Porter in after Ms. Wilson, or sorry, Ms. Souls, then Mr. Wilson, then Ms. Porter, and we'll hold off on Mr. Downs. And that's because those three witnesses, there's far more requested cross-examination time. So let's do as much as we can, save Mr. Downs to the end, and he may have to get pushed till Monday. That's my perspective. Ms. Souls, is that acceptable to you?
It is.
Because we just need to get as much done as possible. So let's take the big chunks first. Mr. Dunbar?
Could we inquire of Mr. Downs if that is also acceptable to him?
Sure. I assumed he was going to be with us.
Yes, I'm available Monday.
Thank you.
Terrific. I mean, there's not so many choices, frankly. So.
No, there is one other thing I need to raise. Mr. Downs is my witness, and I'm on record with Your Honor that I may not be available on Monday, the 26th. So I would ask that Mr. Downs needs to go tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we'll do the best we can. I mean.
Hearing Examiner Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to suggest Mr. Downs has very limited cross-examination time reserved. The company would be willing to waive their cross and just stipulate to admission of the testimony as is without the need for cross-examination, if that's something that the other parties would be amenable to.
That's a solution. What do we think?
I was likewise planning on waiving my cross of Mr. Downs, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I was planning to also request that I be able to use that 5 minutes for Ms. Porter if possible.
Ms. Gerson, do you intend on questioning Mr. Downs?
5 minutes for Mr. Downs. It does seem like a shame for him to show up just for that. I was planning on waiving my cross of merely of Ms. Souls. But if I'm the one holdout, don't let that stand in the way of relieving Mr. Downs.
No, and I think what I'm hearing from everyone is not it's really to just cut back on the amount of time we have, because we could just take Mr. Downs' testimony in the morning, and if there's minimum cross-examination, then that's not going to be a time impediment at all. So, Ms. Gerson, you might have some questions. That's fine. The only other City of Las Cruces, Ms. Stevens.
No, that 5 minutes was just a reserve. I think that I don't consider ourselves hostile to him. I'd love to congratulate him for going out there and on the record for going out there and hitting up all the charging stations, I think twice. I'm impressed. But,
okay, so my proposal then would be that Ms. we've just had Ms. Souls swear in her documents. That takes care of something. What if Ms. Souls, if this is acceptable to you, since you're the most time constrained, we'll just do Mr. Downs' testimony tomorrow morning, first thing, and go directly back over to your cross-examination? Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable to me, yes.
And the other parties have any problem with that? I don't see that as posing any challenge. It would just be sure to get Mr. Downs and the person who's holding him as a party out of the way. Does that make sense? It's Ms. Souls' witness, so if she's can't be here Monday, we'll get him out of the way tomorrow morning and get on with it.
To be clear, I'm still trying to make arrangements to be available for Monday.
That's fine, but I understand your point is if you can't, you can't, and you want to be there to, I don't know, be present for any questioning of your witness. I understand that. So we'll start with Mr. Downs. That will be very quick. And then we will turn to the cross-examination of Ms. Souls.
And Hearing Examiner Ryan,
Sure.
one other thing I would add is that we had requested a date certain of tomorrow for Ms. Werther. In a world where we thought this might be a 3-day hearing, I can also inquire about her availability on Monday.
I think we can do it. I think we can get through Mr. Wilson, Ms. Porter, and Ms. Souls and Mr. Downs tomorrow. I think we can make that happen. And then we have on Monday will be.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm trying to do the arithmetic here just based on your original table. And I'm just wondering whether or what's the likelihood of one or both of the city's witnesses ending up tomorrow? Just so that they can sleep better.
We had Provencio going a half day.
Pardon?
Yeah.
No, they're available. This is just a courtesy, to have a sense of where things are. So I'm just kind of totaling things up here, but I don't know whether these totals mean much anymore.
No, I think the best case scenario for you, Ms. Stevens, would be that Mr. Provencio has some degree of participation at tomorrow's proceeding, as was indicated on that little chart I put together. But that's the best case scenario.
Do you think we're still kind of back to your chart?
Well, I think we're back to that. Monday is going to happen for sure. And the question is how much of the city's witnesses will get done, and maybe some of Mr. Provencio will get done, but we'll see.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, the company intends to limit its cross-examination as much as possible. And so I would ask Ms. Stevens to the extent other parties are willing to really be pointed with their cross-examination, to have both of her witnesses ready, because it would be my preference to still make an effort to try to finish tomorrow.
Well, there's also the staff witnesses, so I don't know.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I was just wondering whether I'm going to chop one of my witnesses in half, which is kind of rough to do over the weekend. But Mr. Provencio has done this before, so if that's what it comes to, if it turns out though to be 4 o'clock, I might fall on, he and I might fall on our knees and say, hey, couldn't we do this all at once? I'll stop there, or Miss LaRock rather. Joe, it's just kind of rough to ask a witness to break on the Friday and come back on Monday.
That's all we can do for today, folks. I don't think there's any more predictions we can get. So we'll start with. I totaled it up. It was 7 hours up through Mr. Simpson. It comes to 7 hours for tomorrow. Yeah, but some of his time is getting chopped, so part of his stuff is all gone. Chopped, but our pattern has so far been that not everyone is using their full amount of time. So I suspect we're going to see more of that with these next set of witnesses. So we're just going to do our best.
Okay.
What else can we do? Okay, everybody. I can't tell you anything more. So let's conclude for the day.
Good night.
Have a good evening.